Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Bourne.
I'm here if that was a roll call, but all I heard was my name.
Commissioner Bourne.
Could you ask
Can you
us,
hear me?
Could you tell us what it is you're asking us to be responding to, Jennifer?
Can people not hear me?
No.
Now we can.
Is this a roll call?
Yes, I've just called the meeting to order, and I'll ask now for a. Okay.
Okay.
Seems like I was muted.
We got it straightened out. Sorry. So we are at roll call.
I am here for the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll now ask for an approval of the agenda. I would like to add one item at the end of our full board meeting and after committee to add a closed session pertaining to the recently filed ACLU lawsuit.
So moved as
have,
amended. Second that.
I have a motion and a second to move the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion on the agenda as amended? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill, and thank you for the addition of the closed session. I'm just wondering, sequence-wise, if you would not close out the full meeting prior to the closed session, in case the board wants to provide any direction coming back into the full meeting after that closed session, since this is the first opportunity we've had to discuss the pending litigation.
We will recess the full board meeting. Does that provide the clarification you need?
Yes, thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the agenda as amended? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. I'll ask now for an approval of the minutes for Wednesday, October the 7th, 2020.
So moved.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the minutes. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, absent. Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving into reports of officers, I'll turn it over to the superintendent to provide his park-wide update.
All right. Thank you, President Cogill and commissioners. So we'll start off with athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. I'm not sure if the picture's coming up here, but we'll proceed forward. So Junior Swim Club. The Junior Swim Club has 6 pods of 61 youth ages 7 to 16 years old. Youth are strengthening their competitive swimming skills and endurance. Next session begins November 9th and runs to December 23rd. Ice arenas, open skating and adult open hockey. So participation is continuing to increase each week. Minneapolis Public Schools, high school boys and girls hockey time has been scheduled through January 15th. Youth hockey, successful hockey tryouts. City of Lakes and Storm Youth Hockey Organization has implemented successful tryouts with our operations running smoothly. Athletic facility permits. MPRB will be opening field permits applications for the 2021 season starting in November for all returning users. Youth sports, flag football. Flag football has 47 teams and play continues to go well with the season ending October 31st. Adult sports, soccer. Soccer is finishing up the season October 25th with 32 teams. Indoor volleyball. Indoor volleyball began October 19th with 56 teams. Golf. Golf has had a really wonderful rebound in 2020. As of 10/19, the courses are up 60,000 rounds and nearly $2 million in revenue from the same point in 2019. Although there is cold weather in the short-term forecast, we are hoping for another warm up this fall. A huge thank you to all the staff that have worked to make this season so successful. Congratulations to the golf. They did an amazing job this year. Recreation centers and programs. Recreation centers continue to bring new programs for our youth to experience. Currently, there's almost 5,000 registrants are participating in nearly 550 programs being offered at our recreation centers. Thank you to the recreation staff for their hard work and dedication and bringing opportunities to our youth. Youthline, certified part-time staff, the recreation service area managers, participated as a team in the Playworks professional development called The Power of Play. The Power of Play is designed for team building with active ways to engage youth in a safe and welcoming space. The training included safe ways to offer programming in a COVID-19 environment. Youth development. Rec Plus children at Harrison painted pumpkins over MEA. They did a really nice job. Forestry. Forestry partnered with Hennepin County by accepting over 100 new trees. These trees spent the summer at the county's gravel bed system. They grew in abundance and fibrous roots. These roots will help to ensure survival after being transplanted. Most of them being planted in parks to fill vacancies created by the ash tree removals. Asset management. At the last meeting, we accidentally omitted the photos of the individuals who identified the fire at the North Mississippi Regional Park. We thank Jody Washington Sr. and Natasha Alexander for helping to protect the MPRB's assets from more significant damage. Thank you to both of them for your immediate response in saving that building, because we could have lost that building. So heartfelt thanks for your attention to it. The asset management team is currently working to remove buoys and docks from the lakes. Fishing docks and 3 sailboat docks are remaining. The sailboat docks will be removed next week. Buoy removal on Tuesday, the 13th of October. All 53 buoys have been removed from Lake Nokomis. 30 buoys have been removed from Bidemakaska. The strong winds slowed operation at Bidemakaska. 50 more buoys off Bidemakaska need to be removed next week, and 196 to be removed from Lake Harriet. The paint shop recently completed painting trail markings on the new sections of the path along Minnehaha Creek that runs along 28th Avenue Bridge. Painters Ryan Marks, Bobby Bryant, and Dave McNeil did a great job with the layout and the execution of this project. Thank you to all three for your work on that. It's really appreciated. Horticulture. Fall plantings have been the focus of the horticultural team for the past few weeks. 22,250 tulips, daffodils, and other spring blooming bulbs were planted by staff and volunteers throughout the system in hopes to brighten the spirits and celebrate the arrival of spring after a long winter season next year. Plantings are anticipated to be in bloom next spring, starting in April and carrying into May. The perennial annual gardens at Lindo Farmstead Park has the largest display within our park system. So thank you very much. I always thought that planting 100 bulbs is a lot, but this is incredible, 22,250. So thank you very much to all of you for the work you've done and the joy we'll experience in the spring. The North Commons area horticulture team spent the first 2 weeks of October prepping a section of Weber Natural Swimming Pools to regain basin for additional work. Plantings were removed using the dingo and by hand. New plantings will be planted and ordered for installation next spring. Gardeners working at Loring Park discovered a freshly hatched nest of baby turtles in the garden of the season while preparing for the paver restraint. The team made sure all babies made it out to the nest and had a safe journey to the edge of the pond.
Oh,
Adorable. Oh, that's so cool. Environmental management, Mississippi River Green Team working at North Mississippi Regional Park. The Mississippi River Green Team Youth Employment Program was not able to happen over the summer due to the COVID-19 restrictions. In order to keep the high quality program running for the 14th consecutive year, the program was redesigned for fall and limits the youth to crew to under 9 participants. These youth are all returning Green Team members and are super excited to be back working even for this short season. Youth are meeting at North Mississippi Regional Park to work on the projects such as invasive species management, prairie seed plantings, nature play space size prep, assisting with the family fun day events, and measuring garden space for the redesign next spring. Past surveys of the Green Team's members show that youth value both the work experience and the paycheck that helps with their school clothes, their school supplies, and to help their families cover basic needs. So appreciate to see that, and what a wonderful, wonderful job they do, and it's great to see them to be able to take those 9 folks and to be able to do what they did, those kids, and we're really proud of them. And so thank you to those youth for the work that they did, and extremely proud of them. Let's see here. If you look at the picture, I think I wanted to share quickly, it says Kaya collecting fort building sticks for park visitors to use in the newly installed Nature Ninja course at North Mississippi Regional Park. So that's Kaya there on the side. And I think the last slide, or the last update, will be around encampments, real quick on encampments. So mid-July, after park commissioners enacted resolution 2020-267, park staff have been implementing those board directives consistent with Governor Walz's executive order. As of this afternoon, there are 8 active temporary permitted encampments in parks with a total of 119 tents. Recently, people living in encampments at Annie Young Meadows, Boom Island, Lake Harriet, Logan, and today, Lindo Farmstead, relocated with the help of the community. Many people are leaving other park encampments on their own due to the cold weather and last night's snow. Regular outreach and engagement at each permitted site remains a priority, and park staff have been doing amazing work, providing assistance and connecting unsheltered people with shelter spaces. Unfortunately, over the past several weeks, including today, many people who have been offered available shelter spaces have chosen not to move into shelter. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has consistently acknowledged that parks do not provide a dignified shelter. We have worked with the last 5 months with state, county, and social services organizations to find safe shelter for people experiencing homelessness in park encampments before cold weather settles in. Winter has now come to Minnesota, and fires and propane are not allowed in Minneapolis parks. Camping in parks now is simply not humane or safe. 3 people have already died at the homeless encampments in Minneapolis this year. With that, President Colgill and Commissioners, thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm available, of course.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangura. Are there questions from commissioners on the superintendent's report? Are there questions? Any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. So we'll move on with the agenda and move into the consent items. I will ask for a motion on resolutions 2023-16 through 2023-19. Do I have such a motion?
So
I have a
moved.
motion. Is there a
Second.
second? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent business? Any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, absent. Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The consent agenda carries. Moving into reports to standing committees, Chair Forney.
Thank you. On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2020-311, a resolution granting temporary construction easements to Hennepin County and Metropolitan Council for highway safety improvement projects adjacent to PV Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Resolution 2020-311? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-311.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, absent. Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries.
I'd like to move Resolution 2020-312, resolution approving a new lease agreement with the Minneapolis Parks Foundation for office space on the 2nd floor of the Longfellow House within Minnehaha Regional Park for the period of January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021, with 2 one-year extensions at the rate of $980 per month for the first term.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Resolution 2020-312? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I will just say happy to have the Parks Foundation continuing to be in the Longfellow House. And with that, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, absent. Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The resolution carries. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2020-313, a resolution approving lease agreement with St. Anthony Real Estate Company Leasing Company's commercial space at 3101 Pacific Street North, Unit 300A, located within Above the Falls Regional Park for a 1-year term at the rate of $142.50 per month, commencing December 1st, 2020.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'd just like a short presentation on this one in terms of the amount of lease space, dollar per square foot, and if we've explored any alternate uses with the unit.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I believe Ms. Downey would be available to answer that question if she's on.
Yes, I'm on. If Secretary Ringo could pull up the I'm not sure if I have a presentation for this one. Just one second. This is a standard lease, but yeah, I do. I'm sorry, I apologize. So this is a pretty standard lease. I would just note that the tenant involved here is actually the original owner of the building, in which we have done some financing and we'll be closing out our purchase of the building with the St. Anthony Real Estate Company very soon. So you can flip to the second page. This is just the standard first page regarding the resolution. The space is actually within the office space that is currently being leased by the St. Anthony Real Estate Company. And it's just one of the very small closets. They'll be actually moving out of the space very soon. So all of these rooms, I believe, are just spaces within that general space. And this is just one of the the closets. It's 285 square feet. And they are going to be leaving some of their office items within that little closet. This is a building that's about a Class C rated space. So it's a very difficult building to lease for other purposes. The air conditioning unit is very bad in this building. It's not really ADA. We'd have to do a lot of different amendments to the space. It's a difficult space to lease, and it's again a Class C space. So it's 285 square feet. The closet within the space in which they're currently leasing, and I believe they'll be moving out by the end of this month, I believe. So you could go to the next page, please. And this is just an aerial just showing you the corner of the building that they are occupying currently. As you can tell, it's on the southwest corner of the building. Go to the next page, please. I think there's an additional page. Okay, so this, fortunately, this is one of the times I actually have a picture of the interior of the room. So this is just, again, it's like a storage closet within the office space that they're currently leasing. And this is a picture of the interior. So this is one of the very few times that I actually have a current photo of the interior, in which they'll be using to store some of the items that they have in their office space. And I believe there's one other photo. So I have this photo, and if you flip to the next page, there is another photo showing pretty current photo of the conditions within the space. So it is, again, not really an air-conditioned space. It looks like an office that's kind of been captured in time. People who have visited the space kind of think of a Mad Men type, I don't know if people watched Mad Men, type of office space. It's very difficult. It is actually up on the 3rd floor. And Kyle Malkerson, who was with C. Chase & Company, is our property manager. He is actively trying to find tenants for the office space that they'll be vacating. But currently, this is just, like I said, a storage space within the office space that St. Anthony Real Estate Company is actually leasing currently. So that is my presentation, and that is as much as I know, unfortunately.
Thank you, Ms. Downey. That answers all my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 2020-2313? Seeing none, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson, absent. Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Resolution 2020-313 carries. The time being 5:30, I will move into open time. We do have a number of speakers this evening signed up, both in person and to speak on the phone, in addition to many written in comments. I will move through the speakers who are in person and probably alternate that a bit with folks who are on the phone as we move people through the headquarters space. So,
They should be,
okay,
and there will be 26 people.
total, okay, great. Great. I will allocate 1 minute per speaker. And again, we do have a lot of speakers here tonight. I'm going to be very consistent with that so everybody gets the same amount of time to speak. This is open time. It's our opportunity as commissioners to hear from the public. You can speak on any issue or item that you wish. We just ask that you do not discuss any pending litigation and refrain from any harassing and discriminatory language. I will call you up to the lectern. I will ask that you please stay about a foot away from the mic so that commissioners who are online can hear you. If you get too close, it gets muffled and garbled and folks can't hear. And we want to be able to hear everything that everybody says. I believe that is everything. Please do keep your masks on. Once you are done speaking, we'll ask that you exit out the, stage left, and do so that we can get the next speakers into the room. So with that, I will begin with our first speaker signed up, and that's Michael McLeod. Is Michael here? Michael, if you'd come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and again, you have 1 minute to address the board.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Michael McLeod.
We can't hear.
Point of order,
President Cook.
we can't hear the speaker.
How about now? Oh.
Yes, now we can hear them. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
go ahead. Start your time over there.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Michael McLeod. I'm a resident at 3223 Buchanan Street Northeast, and I've been volunteering with the Sanctuary Movement. I'm speaking to you in regards to the recent lawsuit filed against you by the ACLU. I know that the board understands the systemic issues at the root of the houselessness crisis. On June 17th, you passed a historic resolution stating your commitment to providing refuge to the houseless in Minneapolis parks. I ask that you now act in the spirit of that resolution and immediately terminate the eviction of encampments and retain the status of all parks as sanctuaries throughout the end of the pandemic. I believe that you all joined this board to do good for our city and community, and you get to choose what your legacy on the park board will be. You're getting an opportunity to help solve a huge problem in our community. We know that ignoring COVID-19 won't make it go away, and ignoring the plight of the houseless won't make them go away either. You can choose to help solve the problem by providing the stability that they need, or contribute to the problem by destroying the stability that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Our next speaker is Frank Yellow. Frank, is Frank here? Is Frank here? Okay, we'll come back to Frank. The next speaker I have here is Bobby Hall. Bobby Hall, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Testing, can you hear me?
I can. Can
Okay.
everybody hear?
Bonjour, my name is Bobby Hall. They call me Little Baby Tree. I am part Dakota. I think we have a lot of options that we can look at that we've been overlooking. I think we can use some of those heated tennis courts to house people. I think you got about 4 or 5 of these tennis courts that are heated and air conditioned with bathrooms and showers in them. I think these could be utilized. This is emergency times. And I think it's more important that we house women and children than tennis players, okay? I think we have other options. I think we have federal land that belongs to the natives that we're not using, that should be returned to the natives. We can use these for shelters, for housing the people. We can construct winter camps that would be durable, insulated. You know, we can use solar electricity. We can convert into hydrogen energy. We can teach people. We can counsel people. We can run sweat lodges and run this spiritually.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Our next speaker is Alfredo Trujillo. Alfredo, if you're able to come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. My name is Alfredo Trujillo. I am homeless as of this moment. I've been homeless, struggling with homelessness for about 8 years now. I'm just wondering, you evict these people from their parks, where are they supposed to go? To more parks that you evict them from. You have $1 million condos that sit vacant during the Great Depression. This is a worse depression than was happening in the 20s or in the 30s, and you're evicting people, blaming them and holding them accountable without empowering them to help themselves. That's it. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Our next speaker is Nadine Little. Nadine, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, my name is Nadine Little. I'm homeless, been homeless since March 24th. The issues that I have is that every time that the park board tears the camps down, and I've been to every campsite and been torn down. I went to jail for East Powderhorn, standing up, sticking up for people, for them to bulldoze people's homes that, homeless, that have nowhere else to go. It just hurts that there's disabled people, elders out there. It doesn't matter what your race, creed, nationality, or whatever. Kids, families with kids, children that don't have nowhere to go. It's becoming redundant. Thank you, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Our next speaker is Jamie Jones. Jamie here. Okay, I'm going to move into the call-in list here as the next group of folks come in. Our first speaker on the call-in list is Katie Jones. I'll ask our administrator to let the speaker into the meeting room. Is Katie online?
Yes, they are.
Great. Katie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Katie, you can go ahead, state your name if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have a minute to address the board.
Oh, shoot, I just closed my computer and I had my whole speech. So hi, commissioners. My name is Katie Jones, and I was honored to serve on the Southwest CAC. I am coming to you today to request that you maintain the draft move forward with the proposed draft recommendations that came forward from the CAC. This was a CAC that had a very robust process of 2 years of community engagement, 18 months of a CAC process. We had the greatest number of meetings than any of the other service areas. We had over a dozen work group and subcommittee meetings. This was a very thorough process. We were very intent upon making sure that the needs and desires were balanced in this area. There are not enough fields or diamonds or passive tree-lined areas to service everyone who wants them. And so we really sought to balance. And I'll say that we specifically tried to do that as well along the Kings Highway, where staff and a couple of CAC members met with neighbors of the Kings Highway when it came to the proposed bike trail, off-street bike trail, and came to the conclusion to maintain as many existing trees as possible with that trail. And so they all who were in attendance generally saw that as a good compromise. I also wanted to point out
You're going to have to wrap it up here.
Okay, well,
it's over.
I also wanted to point out I'd love to have the tennis court removed and the basketball court put back in at Painter Park. That was a part of a desire for equity and during the community engagement process. And so I request that be put back in. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Katie. Our next speaker on the phone here is Peter Schmidt. Is Peter online?
Yes, they are.
Great. Peter, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, Peter.
Hey.
If you want to go ahead, you have 1 minute to address the board. You can state your name if you're comfortable, your address, and you can go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Peter Schmidt. I'm a resident of the Lowry Hill East neighborhood. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the CAC process for the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. I was a non-CAC citizen participant and can fully attest that there was a lot of opportunity to participate in this 18-month process. Even though I couldn't make each of those meetings, it's a lot of meetings, I did have a lot of opportunity. That lengthy process brought a lot of compromise to the plans you're reviewing now. An easy example from my neighborhood, Miller Park, is that someday it's going to have 2 basketball hoops again, very excitingly, though the court will be middle school length, meaning my impressive half-court shots will become less impressive normal three-pointers. I do want to touch quickly on the Kings Highway because it's been pretty contentious over the last week. I just wanted to put a lot of support into it, and that it is specifically calling out in the plan that it is avoiding cutting down mature trees. No one's trying to do that. There are specific staff directives to avoid that process. So it's removing existing sidewalk on the west to preserve trees and provide another non-carbon north-south route that is better than the Sher-O'Brien option. So I encourage the board to respect the CAC process that they spent so much time on and to approve this plan overall as is, particularly Kings Highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker on the phone will be our last, and then we'll come back to in-person commenters. Our next speaker is Rick Wilbanks. Is Rick on the line?
Yes.
Great. Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Rick, you can state your name if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
All right. Rick Wilbanks, DuPont Avenue South. I'm asking you to support Amendment 15A to the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, eliminating the off-road bike path along Kings Highway. The plan calls for a 10 to 14-foot wide path between the fence at Lakewood and the western curb of DuPont. This area contains 57 trees, many of which are mature and irreplaceable parts of the canopy of our urban forest. In most cases, there's less than 10 feet of usable space on either side of the trees. Some have said that the path could wind around the trees and the tree loss would be limited, but a simple walk of the proposed site reveals that this is untenable. The plan pledges to preserve existing trees as much as possible. This language places no limit on the number of trees destroyed, provides no criteria for determining which trees will be destroyed, and provides no guidance for clearance between the trees and the path. The most conservative implementation would damage root systems and hamper growth. Many residents of the area oppose putting these trees at risk, and the board's own forestry and conservation teams have stated that the plan cannot be implemented without destroying the trees. I'm an avid cyclist and user of our trail system, but I strongly oppose the risks this plan places on one of our city's greatest assets. Please vote for 15A and save the trees of Kings Highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Moving back to in-person commenters, our next speaker is Jamie Jones. Is Jamie here? Seeing no Jamie. Is Louis Tran here? Louis. No. Yusra Murad. Yusra, if you'd come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yusra. I'm here to speak about the Park Board's plan to continue clearing encampments this month. To be honest, I feel in some large part that I'm not even sure why I'm here anymore. I think that it's going to be a waste of my time to talk about how these evictions are unlawful because the superintendent of this board is currently being sued. And I don't think it really is worth my time to talk about how these evictions are cruel because I think that you all understand that and know that and have heard that and either have made peace with it or just don't really care. So I think, and if anything, I'm just going to speak about your own resolutions. I think the Park Board has indicated that it's not your responsibility or within your capacity to deal with the encampments. And in your early resolutions, you indicated that you would need support to do that. And I think that support is here. That support is outside. That support has been here since June and into July and August and through now the third season. And these evictions make it really hard for those of us who do feel like we want to participate in supporting folks that are in the encampments to do anything of substance to prevent these violent displacements from continuing to happen. So I think that's what I'm here to say, and I hope that it matters, and I hope that you take it into consideration.
Thank you, Yusra. Our next speaker is Nolan Furlick. I don't know if I got that right, hopefully. Nolan, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Yes, my name is Nolan. I'm a resident of Minneapolis. I would like the record to show that in light of the recent decision by MPRB to begin encampment sweeps in the hopes of displacing residents before the end of October, the winter shelter options proposed and publicized by MPRB are not nearly enough to address the number of individuals experiencing homelessness and finding refuge in Minneapolis parks. There's no need to reiterate the numerous dangers and inadequacies of this system. Violence, exploitation, and concern for general bodily and psychological harm have pushed individuals away from the city and into city parks. Any individual who's been in the system would tell you the same. Right now, there are 33 family beds available. 96% occupancy for single adults, 16 beds, 13 for youth. So that means 62 beds across the entire system. That's from an October 13 shelter report. Until a better system for winter housing is proposed, I urge the commissioners to cease encampment clearings and cease forcing the same broken system upon individuals it has repeatedly failed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolan. Our next speaker is I think Mimo Perez, is that correct? Mimo, if you'd come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, my name is Memo Perez. I live in Powderhorn. I'm here to talk about the same stuff that has been talked about. We've been saying from the beginning, let people stay in the parks until government finds adequate and dignified solutions to house everyone. I know we're capable of it. The inflated MPD budget tells me as much. It's not your jurisdiction to solve the problem, I know that, but it is your jurisdiction to prevent more suffering. But even though you almost did that, you went back on your word, and now people are suffering even more because you're just tossing them out in the street again to die, to separate them from their community and from their people. And you're not only just under community scrutiny, you're under legal scrutiny now, because Alto and Gloria is being sued by the ACLU for all these things that have happened. I know that none of you will ever see justice for the harm you've done throughout this time, But at the very least, I have the solace knowing that none of you will ever see heaven for this bullshit. All of you are fucking capitalist pigs.
Thank you, Mimo. Our next speaker is, I'm going to go back here to Jamie Jones. Is Jamie here? Not seeing Jamie. Is Louis Tran here? Not seeing Louis. Okay. I will move on here. Our next speaker is Lamon Fee. Lamon here. Come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name is Aman. I live in Powderhorn, Minneapolis. I'm here to talk about the destruction of homes and lives carried out by the Minneapolis Parks and Board. I feel disgusted today to stand in a room where murderers are meeting. You are all cruel people because you don't care that violently displacing people the way that you've been doing is killing them. You don't care that people are dying as long as the rich and the white can enjoy the land that you parade around. You don't care that what you're doing is illegal and that you're being sued for it. You don't care that people disagree with you, and you don't even care that I'm standing here and that so many people are standing outside telling you what you're doing is wrong. Every day you continue to make the choice to harm people. Every day you make the choice to not care about unhoused people, and every day you show up and show us that you do not deserve to sit in the position or be part of our communities. Minneapolis parks are sanctuaries, whether you think they are or not.
Thank you, Aman. Our next speaker is Greg Trentman. Greg, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Yeah, my name is Greg. I don't want to give my address. I don't trust the government, which you are a part of at all. So I'd like to ask the park board commissioners, how many actually witnessed in person the violent act of encampment removal by the Minneapolis Park Board police? They can certainly answer this question, whether they want to do it at the next meeting or however they want to notify their constituents. I know at least one commissioner was present, but that's probably it. The process itself is completely inhumane, humiliating, and a fearful experience for the residents. If this happened in a park in North Korea or Iran, the mainstream media would be demanding UN or Amnesty International take action. But it's okay to happen in Minneapolis, so. I'd also like to ask on record how many additional encampments are scheduled to be cleared before November 1st. And one last thing, why can't we cede our time to residents who are here this evening and actually trying to live through the houselessness experience? Whose decision is that we can't cede our time?
So at this point, anybody who wishes to speak can speak, and everybody gets a minute.
But why couldn't I cede my time to a resident?
Your time is up. You could have if you had had that.
No, we asked outside, and they said we couldn't.
Okay, well, if you would wish to cede your time or somebody else wants to speak, they certainly can speak.
Okay, now you tell us.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Clara Schultz. Clara, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, my name is Clara Schultz, Minneapolis, born and raised, 2549 32nd Avenue, Seward neighborhood. I'm here in support of the lawsuit to stop evictions of unhomed Minneapolis residents. The problem is that our society is making people sleep outside unnecessarily, which is a violation of basic human rights. The park board clearly is not going to solve this problem, but what you can do is shape the narrative. The idea of shuffling around unhomed people is a racist fantasy. Evicting unhomed people is torture. It accomplishes nothing. Evicting people from one spot outside and telling them to move to another spot outside does not solve the root problem and accomplishes nothing but trauma. What my unhomed neighbors need is stable housing, and if other parts of the government fail to provide housing, the least the park board can do is stop evictions and start advocating for the people of our community. Stop creating waste and trauma. We shouldn't be wasting, we spend so much money trying to help people, and then you guys come in and destroy it all and just traumatize people. So yeah, stop saying you can't do anything and actually start helping advocate to other parts of government on behalf of us that they need to do something to solve this problem.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Clara. Our next speaker here is Alyssa Pascan. Alyssa, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Alicia Pasvan, and I live over in Powderhorn. Just basically reiterating what Clara said, I'm here to, as somebody who gets really nervous speaking in front of people, to reiterate how horrifying it is to see all of the community come out, do so much unpaid work and organizing, and then have it destroyed by people who weren't there. I know that it might not be your job, but it's also not my job to do laundry every Monday. It's not my job to cook meals for people in the parks every Tuesday. But you know what? People are doing it, and you're out there with bulldozers, bulldozing people's hard work and their things and their belongings. It's horrifying, and I hope you stop.
Thank you, Alicia. Moving back onto the call-in list, I see that our next speaker is Rebecca Walker. Is Rebecca on the phone?
Speaker is now online.
Great. Rebecca, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Rebecca, you can go ahead. You have 1 minute to address the board.
Thanks. My name is Rebecca Walker. I live in Whittier. I'm a PhD student studying urban environmental planning, and I want to bring history to the conversation about encampments. The violent clearing of encampments is part of a long history of the Park Board to benefit white property-owning citizens at the expense of Black, Brown, and Indigenous residents. In particular, from 1910 to 1953, racially restrictive housing covenants were used in Minneapolis to restrict the sale of properties to white residents only. And during this time period, the Park Board actively partnered with these racist real estate developers to create new parks and whites-only development, including Todd Park and the area between Lake of the Isles and Cedar Lake. By working with these racist developers, this Park Board created a system of segregation in the parks and enriched the pockets of white property-owning citizens to the expense of people of color. History doesn't have to repeat itself. The Park Board can act today to keep parks as sanctuaries and protect the basic human rights of unhoused neighbors.
Thank you.
Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Brianna Pedersen. Is Brianna online?
The speaker is now online.
Brianna. Great. Brianna, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yep, this is Brianna.
Great. Brianna, you have 1 minute to address the board. If you state your name, if you're comfortable with your address, you can go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Brianna Pedersen. I live at 3305 Fremont Avenue South, Apartment 5. I am just here to discuss the proposed bike path and walkway on DuPont Avenue South, also known as Kings Highway. As a cyclist and a dog walker who walks along Kings Highway 4 to 5 days a week, I have observed how underutilized the pathway is by both bikers and pedestrians, and how little need there is to develop the site so drastically. Bryant Avenue South, or Bike Boulevard, is 1 block east, and Lake Harriet is only 2 blocks west. Both of these sites have sufficient space for cyclists and pedestrians alike. The sketch of the proposed plan is misleading and depicts a fence on the west at Lakewood Cemetery to the space where the old-growth trees reside as being greater than 14 feet, when in reality the fencing space is only about the distance of 8 to 10 feet. This means that the proposed plan would result in the removal of the trees at the cost of over $1 million. Kings Highway is already subject. Yeah, Kings Highway. Okay. I apologize. Online, I thought it said that I had 3 minutes, so I must have misunderstood. Yeah, thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope that you take into account preserving trees and how unnecessary it is to make such a drastic change to the landscape that's already so subject to flooding.
Thank you, Brianna.
Thank you.
Our next speaker online is Ian Fifield.
I'm here, actually.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Well, let me just, one moment here, get everything in line here. Okay, so you are also here. In that case, I will just move back into the in-person speakers. And Ian, you can come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have a minute to address the board.
All right, thank you. My name is Ian Fifield. My address is 205 West 15th Street, and I've been volunteering at the Parks and the Sanctuary Movement for the past 6 months. And in that 6 months, we have heard constantly that it is not within your purview, it has never been in your purview to do anything or help anyone with these problems. We have heard constantly the only solution to anything is shelters, 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 a whining chorus of shelters. But if any of you have had like the human capacity to sit and talk with the people who you are saying that's the only solution, you would have heard the hundreds and thousands of horror stories about why shelters are actually deeply inhumane, about how it is constant horror. And so just to say that it is shelters are the only solution is, deeply disgusting and immoral. And I yield my time, you pigs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. If Kirk Seedlow, is Kirk here? Kirk, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, my name's Kirk. I live and work in Minneapolis. I pay my taxes here, and I'm having trouble sleeping. I'm having trouble sleeping because I know my tax dollars are being used to brutalize and murder Black and brown folks and disadvantaged folks. It's just appalling that I have to come up here and explain to you how wrong it is for you to load up tents full of kids' toys into garbage trucks, to get rid of the possessions of these people who have so little already, for your park police officers to assault people for no reason. I mean, how do you sleep at night having authorized these actions? If you weren't there in person, I was there in person, but there's footage out there you can see of how your park police and how your employees are acting towards people that have such hard lives. And I honestly just don't know how you sleep at night and how you continue these actions.
Thank you, Kirk. Our next speaker is Donald Hooker. Donald here? Donald's not here. Donald's here. All right, fantastic. Donald, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name is DJ. I live at 709 Douglas, and I live in Minneapolis. I think that what's happening is disrespectful. I think it's completely inhumane. I think it's crazy that y'all try to take the high road and claim that the lawsuit that got filed against y'all the other day is incorrect, and y'all can treat people completely with humane, and that's just completely untrue. This is false. You have been treating these people as if they aren't human. We are in the middle of a global pandemic. These people, everybody needs help right now, and instead of helping people and having some decency, what you guys are deciding to do is evict families from their houses in the middle of winter during a pandemic when people have been abandoned, okay? I want to remind y'all, we shut down. We shut down the whole city, the whole nation, and people who didn't have houses, they didn't have any resources, and they got forgotten. And that's what's happening right now. This pandemic's continuing, and there's continually to be forgotten. And I need y'all to stop being fucking evil and actually show some damn humanity, okay?
Thank you, DJ. Our next speaker is Michelle Warnicki. Michelle, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name is Michelle Warnicki, and I live in Richfield. I've been volunteering with the women at the Safe Haven encampment at Brackett Park for the last 4 months, and I can personally testify that the camps in the parks work. Over 30 women have came through the camp, and over 80% of them received permanent housing or are in the process of receiving their permanent housing. Community members and outreach workers did that. You even helped do that. You supported our permit, and you gave us the freedom and flexibility to start the peace and healing process for dozens of unsheltered women. Let us do that for other camps. Stop the trauma of bulldozing, all the belongings, the little belongings that our unhoused neighbors have. Start supporting the rebuilding of their future. We're asking you to do better. Give the same support you gave to Brackett to other camps, and retain the status of the parks as sanctuaries and stop the evictions. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next speaker is Samantha Priest-Stinson. Samantha, if you want to come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Samantha Priest-Stinson, 3338 Benjamin Street Northeast. What we're dealing here is an issue of classism, colonialism, and corruption within all levels of our government. You have native land of which none of you have upheld the treaties of that is their land, and to evict them from their own land is criminal, literally. Then you have black people who are also out that are homeless, that were not given the land they were promised during Reconstruction, therefore denying them land as well. And nobody is answering the immediate question of what to do now. All of the other long-term plans are great, the tiny home community, all of these different things. But in the meantime, there is a gray area that community is filling, along with the nonprofit Zakat, to pay for these hotel rooms, because there's this gray area that exists that we are filling. Refusal to work with community. I sent Superintendent Bangora a text on Friday after I spent 2 hours of time talking to him last week that came to fruition of nothing, and said, work with us. Tell us when you're planning to do these things so that we can move our residents humanely instead of this expensive $50,000 plus response of bulldozing people. Not only is it not humane, but look outside. And I'll end with 2 questions that I have. One question is, where do you want them to go? Tell us. Tell us where this magical place with unicorns where we can be happy and continue to do our work to treat people humanely and to restore dignity and to fill this gray area. Tell us where you want us to take them. You can't just say that they can't be in the parks when there's no other place for them to go. Tell us. Where do you want for us to take them? The second question is stop, or really a statement, stop pointing the finger. Who can we hold accountable? Because you all are saying that it's not your job. The city says it's not their job for public services. The county, or for social services. The county says it's the state's fault because the CARES Act funding isn't being released. And the state says we can't release it because you don't fit our criteria for being able to meet the requirements to get the money. So with all that said and done, the second question is, who do we hold accountable for this inaction and this ineptitude? Enough is enough. We're not going away. This isn't going to stop. The problem is going to continue to grow. This is historical and institutional racism at play. And on top of that, the city has the damn audacity to create a frickin' truth-seeking commission that can take up to 20 years to fact-find the truth, and we all know the truth. This country is falling apart, and rightfully so, because of those 3 C's, of colonialism and corruption. Y'all are so out of control with just not taking accountability for doing your job. As a parent, I didn't get to decide that during COVID, oh, my kids have to be homeschooled. Too bad for them. I wasn't planning on that. So I'm just, you're off to your own kids. No, we had to step up as parents, as guardians, as community members to fill the need that COVID has created, or really has brought to light all of this institutional racism. So if we as parents and community members and individuals that are caring for our relatives and other people can't curtail and blame it on someone else, how are you that we're paying for your positions with our tax dollars telling us that it's not your job to do your job?
Thank you, Samantha. Moving back online here, our next speaker is Mikhail. Is Mikhail on? Mikhail Abraham? Is Mikhail on?
Mikhail Abraham?
Yes, my apologies, Mikhail. Are you on?
Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready, whenever.
Fantastic. Mikhail, you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name is Mikhail, and I've been a Minneapolis Ward 10 resident since 2016. Over the past 4 years, I've personally witnessed an alarming rise of homelessness rates across the city, and the unfortunate response by the Minneapolis Council and Minneapolis Parks and Rec Board. I believe we should end this cruel practice of encampment sweeps across Minneapolis parks. I believe that Minneapolis Parks and Rec Board should immediately stop the practice of evictions, sweeps, and clearing of all parks, and also retain the status of all Minneapolis parks as sanctuaries until the end of the pandemic, or until the state of Minnesota and Hennepin County can offer real, dignified housing solutions, such as clean hotel beds or affordable housing options for all of our unsheltered neighbors. This means permitting safe heat resources and access to electricity at parks. And I believe as the weather rapidly changes, it is imperative that actionable items for housing to be presented soon.
Thank you, Mikhail.
Mm-hmm.
Our next speaker on the phone is Dan Wojcik. Is Dan on the phone?
Yes. Hello?
Fantastic. Dan, we can hear you. If you go ahead, you can, if you could state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Thank you. My name is Dan Wojcik. I live at 3717 Colfax Avenue South. I'd like to address part of the Southwest Area Master Plan that the bike path, a couple other people have talked about tonight. First, I want to thank the board and the Citizens Advisory Committee who worked on that plan. Obviously, they think it's a good idea to connect the bike path on 36th Street to the one on Roseway Road that goes to Lake Harriet, which is not a bad or evil goal or a bad idea, but the plan should include the caveat to only build the path if it's possible to do so without killing trees, not build it no matter what. As another person mentioned, the drawing is misleading in terms of what's possible. And if the plan isn't done for 5 or 10 years, none of us will be here to guide what the intention of that vision was. So to me, it seems like there's a simple solution. If you really want to connect it, why you couldn't make the west sidewalk a bike path and the right side, the east side, a pedestrian sidewalk. But in my opinion, amending the plan to acknowledge these comments. I am doing so. In my opinion, amending the plan to acknowledge these compatible visions of expanding biking and protecting the urban forest should be something that anyone could agree on, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Moving back into in-person comments here, our next speaker is Chelsea Tolgren. Chelsea, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hello, my name is Chelsea. I live in Northeast Minneapolis. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. How do you want to be measured? You serve Minneapolis. That means all of Minneapolis. Without the support in the community provided by the encampments, it is likely there will be death. Cold, lonely, preventable death. Please keep our unhoused communities together until they can be placed into safe, immediate, and appropriate homes. Do not continue to sanction trauma and violence. You have a privilege and an honor to save lives and use your platform. The unhoused communities have a voice. Please seek it and hear it. Your neighbors deserve to be treated with compassion for what they are, which is humans. Tonight, when you sleep in your warm bed with food in your stomach, think about your power. There are solutions apart from evictions. Stand with us and demand those. Maybe it's not in your park board description, but it's a human moral obligation.
Thank you, Chelsea. Our next speaker is Yael Rath. Yael, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, my name is Yael. I'm a resident of Northeast Minneapolis, and I've been helping out in and around the park encampments for the last several months in Minneapolis. And as many have said, while I understand it's not in your purview or in your job description, and that you're also ill-equipped to handle the issue that is the crisis of homelessness in our Twin Cities. It's also not in your job requirement to cause so much trauma and destruction and violence in these people's lives who are just trying to survive during a pandemic. And without the support and the organizing and the resources and the financial and monetary contributions from our community members, as many have stated, a lot of these people wouldn't have access to the basic necessities that they need to survive, not only in this city, but also during a pandemic. And while taxpayers are spending their own hard-earned money to support these people where government is failing, taxpayer dollars are also right now going to causing this destruction and violence and destroying these people's livelihoods, homes, and communities, and I urge you to stop the evictions.
Thank you. Yeah. Our next speaker is Angel. Angel, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hello, my name is Angel. I know it's going to come out here today to just slanderize all you park board people and everybody else that are destroying the encampments, but instead I decided to thank the community. You guys have been very good and very gracious to all the homeless people. I want to thank the governor for saying that we do not have to move if there's no problems. I know that we were at Harriet yesterday, and I was picking up like I normally do, and a lot of the neighbors came and they helped me out. Your outreach ministry came and laughed at me, said I didn't need to do this, but I did talk to the governor's assistants, and they said I did not have to leave. Unfortunately, I was in the hospital with a heart problem last night, and you guys took all my things. One thing I got to say, if it was not for the community and the community around the encampment, this would never happen for the homeless people. Everybody needs to get right with God and just take a pause. There's not one religion that says homeless people don't matter. There's not one religion out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel.
You guys owe me money, by the way. I forgot to say that.
Our next speaker is Damon Hobbs. Damon, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hello, my name is Damon Hobbs. I go by Squad. I'm a resident, and I'm here to talk about the housing. I get that you guys, there's a big problem in the homeless community, and it's evolving, but taking down the camps where I stay is not good. It's where my home is. I've lost so much stuff from every time you guys come down and tear the encampments down. I've been homeless for 5 years out here. Every time the outreach comes and gives me a hotel, 2 months, 3 months later, I'm right back. Because it's overfilled, something happened with the hotel, it's always a mess. Don't shut down the tents. Homeless lives matter.
Thank you, Squad. Our next speaker is Candace Thompson. Candace, if you come forward here and you can state your name, you have 1 minute to address the board.
Hi, I'm Candace Thompson. I am a resident since Hiawatha of homelessness. I would like to say that I know you guys got a job to do, but you guys are also hindering us by the job we got to do, by finding housing and getting off the streets. Every time you guys shut down a camp, we lose more. I'm one of the ones that had 1 week of school and left. I couldn't leave my campsite because everything was getting stolen, and then you guys coming in and taking the rest of it. Please consider us as well as doing the right thing too, not only by you guys, but by you guys helping us provide. And the community around us with such good support. You guys do hinder a lot when you guys do that. So homeless lives do matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Our next speaker is Monet Augusta. Monet, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name is Monet. I was born and raised in Northeast Minneapolis, and I have been occupying a good chunk of my time over the past several months in the homeless encampments trying to care for my neighbors. So the Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Board, City of Minneapolis, and Hennepin County
have access to vacant buildings that the unhoused of the city could occupy immediately. They could put their tents in it. It could be done tonight. You are not doing that. Also, the US Bank Stadium, that has kitchens, it has showers, it has space, it has everything that people need to live there throughout the winter. It's not being used. It's COVID. They have their own stadium elsewhere for practicing. Your current plans and organizations are not working. Obviously, because there are still unhoused people out there, and it's not because they're not taking you up on it, it's because they are faulty and they don't work. You need to change your plans. Our communities have been supporting the unhoused that are from our communities. You have not been caring for them. Living outside is unsafe. That was the only true statement in the response to the lawsuit against the Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Board. The only true statement. That release was garbage. That it was full of lies. But it is unsafe to live outside. So you need to get people housing, not just destroy their belongings, not just push them around. You guys are bullies. It is the National Bully Prevention Awareness Month. You guys are bullies. I have been witness personally and the victim of attacks carried out by the Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Board and the MPD on numerous residents and volunteers. It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting that you guys can allow these things to happen, and you can say they don't, but we have them on film. We have them on film, and these things are happening every day. It is disgusting. Y'all are bullies.
Thank you, Monet. Our next speaker is Noah Wexler. Noah, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Sure, my name is Noah Wexler. You said my address?
If you wish, yes.
Minneapolis, Elliott Park. I want to point out something. This board decided last week, that it was going to start vacating the rest of the encampments over the course of this week, calling cold weather. But on Tuesday, the ACLU and Mid-Minnesota Legal Aid sued the superintendent of this board, as well as the mayor, Hennepin County, and a couple of local law enforcement heads for clearing encampments. So, are you guys trying to look like the most screw-up public institution in this entire city? You get sued for something, and then you proceed to do it more? That does not make any sense. This makes you all no better than the city council members who back in May pledged to defund the police only to walk that back. And right now, all you're doing is throwing more people out into the streets, where they're still going to experience the same cold weather. Remember that.
Thank you, Noah. Moving back to our commenters on the phone, I'm wondering if Taylor is on the phone.
And then you proceed to do it more? That does not make any sense. This makes you...
Well,
Taylor is on the phone.
Taylor on?
Yes.
Thank you. Taylor, can you hear me? Moving back to our commenters on the phone, I'm wondering if Taylor is on the phone.
Yes, this is Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes, Taylor, you can state your name if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Okay, thank you. My name is Taylor Diallo. I live at 2216 Garfield Avenue South in Minneapolis. And I am calling in to encourage the park board to consider what you meant when you said that it is inhumane to live outside. Yes, it's inhumane to live outside, but what is more inhumane is to be living outside with lack of resources, finally have the opportunity for a community and a network of groups from the community, such as meal delivery, laundry service, supply providers, people who offer rides, to be present there, and then have a government organization come and violently remove you from this area. When you evict people from parks, you aren't sending them to somewhere safe. You're sending them to another place outside with no resources. You are causing all the people who have been trying to connect folks with the basic needs that that people require to live, to have to work twice as hard to get these people their needs. There are not enough shelters in Minneapolis, there are not enough shelters in St. Paul, and there are not enough shelters in either Hennepin or Ramsey County. And frankly, shelters are not dignified housing. Shelters take away folks' rights, they go through their belongings, there's lots of violence at shelters, there are lots of barriers to get to shelters. As the park board, you have an opportunity to use space that is owned by everybody who lives in Minneapolis to house these people. And frankly, this is the best stopgap measurement until dignified housing can be found. And you need to stop the evictions and let people continue to live in the parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Looks like we have 4 more folks in person here. Our next speaker is Adam Smith. Adam here. Adam, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Where's the camera at?
The camera's on the screen right down there. So if you just come up to the microphone, yeah, you'll be able to, Commissioner will be able to see you.
All right, I'm Adam Smith, and I'm experiencing homelessness, you know what I'm saying? So, thank you guys. Are y'all on the park board, this board too?
So the board members are myself and the folks that are on the screen there.
So thank you for coming, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for looking at me in my eyes. I just want y'all to know, like, why are you guys being so mean? You know what I'm saying? It's real people out here really struggling. And I don't know if y'all ever experienced homelessness, but it's just real. You feel me? And like, I don't know if y'all, like, y'all just need to really feel the people and feel the love. Cause like, where's the love at? You guys are just being so mean, and I know deep down in your hearts, you guys know it too. And you guys couldn't even show up here and look me in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's real people, and it could be your nephew, it could be your auntie, it could be your own family members, you know, you don't even know. And like, just do your jobs, for real.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Moon Bowmaster. Moon, if you come forward and state your name for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name is Moon Bowmaster. I currently live at the Greenway in between 10th and 11th. I'm basically just here to pretty much state my case. I've been everywhere and anywhere. You guys keep sweeping us. I speak to everyone in the same way, whether you're a garbage man, trash man, or a university president. But also, with all of this interrogation that's going around, we're not zoo animals. It's really hard to get all your stuff swept, have to start over again, get arrested multiple times with no, I don't know, basically no humanity. I was always taught to pay attention when people react with anger and hostility, to know your boundaries. If you have felt that way, you have found the edge to their respect has become indifferent. So basically, I feel like y'all are being indifferent towards us homeless people, because you live in a house and we live in either modern teepees or regular teepees. Either way, we're still human too. Is that my timeline?
That is, if you'd like to wrap up your statement, that'd be great.
Just be kind. I know y'all are good people. You know, it's a hard job. Your job is not easy, and I get it. Yeah. And I'd like to say hi to my buddy Londell French. Haven't seen him in a while, so thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Moon. Our next speaker is Ian Sutherland. Our next speaker is Ian Sutherland. Ian, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
My name's Ian, lifelong Minneapolis resident. I just want to address some of the lies, hypocrisy, and gaslighting that you all put out in your statement in response to the lawsuit that's been levied against you in regards to the inhumanity and the constitutionality of your violent sweeps of encampments. You use words like humane, lawful, and measured in regards to how you guys have responded to the encampments. And as someone who's witnessed firsthand the abuse, the violent rhetoric, and flat-out bullying and taunting by park police, park board members, and just park employees day-to-day at encampments of both volunteers and residents, you're flat-out liars. everything you say in this statement is a lie. And then you go on and you gaslight the very unhoused people that are levying this lawsuit against you, saying the action by the plaintiffs in today's lawsuit does absolutely nothing to ensure the safety of homeless people in the coming days when the first days of winter are upon us all. You have the stomach to say that when you have pepper sprayed, arrested, beaten residents and volunteers that are out there providing mutual aid for our neighbors. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And I'm going to echo what some other people have said. And I don't know how you guys sleep at night in your warm beds at home. It's really sad. Fuck Sergeant Mooney.
Thank you, Ian. Our last speaker here is Network. Network, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address is record, and you have 1 minute to address the board.
Excuse me, I don't do well with this speaking thing, so please bear with me. My name is Pearl Lewis. I go by Network of Network Omni Media Productions. I am currently residing at the mall, Uptown area, Calhoun area. My address is Earth. Do you get that? Yeah. My address is Earth. I have a right to be on Earth. And no one, you, the police, the park board, anyone has a right to remove me from any place on Earth as long as I am being legal. And my people are ready to stand. My homeless people are ready to stand against anyone who tries to remove us from anyone on Earth. We're not going. So you better figure something out. I wrote, or currently am writing, a plan for homelessness called Halo Plan, helping all lead one, positive, legal, and non-threatening to self and others. You're a threat to us on Earth. Move us if you want, and you'll find out the hard way.
Thank you, Network. That concludes our in-person speakers for the evening, the time being 6:30. We will end our open time and move on with the meeting. We are currently under reports of standing committees, and I will turn it back over to Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Forney? Seems as though the host has muted the commission.
See here.
Oh, good, okay. I'd like to move Resolution 2020-314, a resolution approving a 5-year contract with City of Minneapolis Fire Department and Fire Protection Services to be performed at Fort Snelling State Park and upper post of Fort Snelling State Park properties owned or operated by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second? I'm sure there is. Let's find that second here. One moment.
Yeah, we were all muted,
Yeah.
but I second
Do I
it.
hear
Yeah.
a second?
I second it. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second on Resolution 2020-314. Is there any discussion on this item? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-314.
Commissioner Bourne,
He's still muted.
just wait 1 second. Let's see if we can.
Aye.
Commissioner Bourne, are you? Thank you.
There we go. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
There you go. Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. I can see you, Commissioner. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. And with my understanding, Commissioner Severson will not be here tonight, so I won't be calling his name, but he'll be marked absent. So you have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That resolution carries. Moving on.
Commissioner French was trying to raise his hand, literally.
Commissioner French, did you have a point of order?
He can't hear, or he can't speak, excuse me.
What's the protocol for muting our mics? For that, if so I know when to talk and when I shouldn't talk. It seems like our mics are being muted at certain times.
Commissioner French, I'm not certain either. I don't, Maui, I don't know if you have muted or unmuted items as the administrator, but at this point we can let the commissioners have all access.
I have not.
Okay.
Everybody should be able to speak.
There's just, okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Moving on, Chair Meyer to the Planning Committee.
Commissioner Meyer is muted. There we
Okay.
go.
Yeah. Yeah, every time we mute ourselves, it won't let us unmute. So that still needs to be fixed, unless we're all going to stay unmuted the whole time. But I will move Resolution 2020-310, the resolution adopting the Southwest Service Area Master Plan as amended. And we'll speak to the motion when there's a second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Bourne.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you, sorry, Brad. There we
Thank
go.
you, President Cogill. I would just like to have the motion divided into 3 parts. I'd like to have a divided vote on the Kings Highway portion of the plan. I think it's pages 150 through 155 of the final document, and a separate vote on the designs for the mall, which I believe are pages 196 through 205, and then the rest of the plan with the amendments that came out of committee as another vote. And I don't have preference to the order, but I would suggest taking the entirety of the vote that there's not as much controversy on first.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. That is heard. I have consulted with council that is possible to do. If there is not any objection, I will continue with that plan of dividing the vote, starting with, I think for clarity's sake, I would actually like to start with the Kings Highway, the individual pieces pulled out here.
Point of information, what happens if portions of the plan are not passed?
I would ask Commissioner Bourne if he could clarify what his vision is there. I guess we would just not have a plan for that section. Would that be correct, Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. A division, a motion to divide works when multiple standalone items are passed as part of a package. Both with any element in the plan, the rest of the plan does stand without that being passed. So the board or staff would have the opportunity to bring forward a different plan that could stand alone with those if one were not to pass.
Thank you,
President Cogill.
Yes, Chair Meyer.
So I was actually going to propose my own amendment for Kings Highway, which would have removed it from consideration in the Southwest Area Plan. And the reason why is because, I think it makes sense for us to review all the parkways comprehensively, especially after the experience that we've had with COVID and temporarily allowing more space for cyclists and pedestrians. I think that's something that we should consider for all our parkway systems. So as the chair of the planning committee, I was working on doing that, and I think that it makes sense for Kings Highway to be part of that, and to consider some of the options like making it a one-way, and other potential options like commenters brought up about maybe having one path on one side and one on the other side of the street. So I think we need to revisit that. The difference between mine and just not having it in there at all is my motion was going to say that we'll take that up at a different time. I don't know if that was the same intent with the mall. I mean, that could potentially be part of the same conversation. And lastly, I also just wanted to say, like, when we bring up the main part of the plan, I have a separate amendment on that too, so we still have to have that discussion. Yeah, so I guess I would ask Commissioner Bourne if you would be willing to take it as an amendment and have the vote on Kings Highway that way.
President Cogill, are you
Yes,
asking
I'll have
respond to Commissioner Meyer?
Commissioner Bourne, I'll ask the council to weigh in here. I believe that separating the question isn't really a debatable item.
Right. I think that where we're at, Commissioner Bourne, I think, has raised a good point of order under Robert's rules, and I think it is appropriate to divide the question. And procedurally, where you would be at, the president has decided to divide the questions. He's brought the Kings Highway matter before the board. At this point, the action of the committee is before the board, which is to approve the plan as it came out of committee. So the board could adopt that plan or defeat it, or if Commissioner Meyer wants to amend that plan tonight, he could do that. So it's just basically all you're doing is treating the Kings Highway as a separate matter to be debated and decided by the board, and then the same goes for the mall plan. depending on what the board decides on either one of those, adopt the committee report, amend the committee report, or defeat the committee report are the options on both of those matters. And then you would, depending on whether those are amended or defeated, whatever's left would be passed with the larger Southwest Area Master Plan.
Thank you, Council Rice. So we are currently discussing the Kings Highway portion of the proposal. We have a few folks with their hands raised. I'll start with Commissioner Meyer on that item.
Okay, so this is a vote for just the Kings Highway. So, you know, I'll start out by saying I think that there's been a lot of misinformation about this. You know, the CAC reviewed this pretty extensively, and a lot of the same issues that I brought up recently were discussed, you know, pretty at length during the CAC, and they made the recommendation that there should be a bike lane. And, you know, for the people who are saying that you can just go 2 blocks to Bryant, I mean, we don't do that for cars, right? Like, are we going to say, like, you know, we can make every other street, you know, car free because you can just use the next one? I mean, I think it makes sense for us as, you know, a board that's focused on recreation for this particular street to have a separate protected bike lane. But I don't want to do it in a way that kills a lot of trees, and I think there's no one at all that does. The CAC didn't have that in mind. The planning staff didn't have that in mind. Our forestry department, you know, sent out an email saying that it would cut 57 trees. Our planning department insists that it would not. But the issue that you have then is that when you ask, so how many trees would it cut? They're not able to say because they don't have that level of detail. You know, first they would have to find out like how many of the trees are diseased and would be removed anyway, and where can we meander it or narrow the path to accommodate trees. So I feel like, you know, we should have a bike lane there, but this is something that we need to discuss more and more comprehensively as part of the rest of our parkway system. So, you know, I support delaying this. So I guess if a no action on that is just going to mean that there's no plan on it, then that would be compatible with incorporating it into a plan later on. So I guess that's probably how I would go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Colgill. I guess I'm a bit confused. So are we voting on dividing, or is it just being divided?
It's been divided, is my understanding.
Okay, all right. So then we can, all right. Yes, we've all received a great deal of concern about this at the last of the committee. I did already amend or move to amend, and it was undefeated. So I would like to amend the Southwest Service Area Master Plan with amendment number 15A to modify Kings Highway graphic to eliminate off-road bike path and instead retain existing conditions.
I would second that amendment.
So I'd like to follow it up with, I appreciate Commissioner Meyer indicating that we do need a comprehensive plan as far as how we view our roadways. I was on a CAC like that, I don't know how many decades ago. It came to no conclusion. I think that we need to do this and make sure that we come up with good policy statements, decisions. As you know, one of the reasons why I'm advocating for not having the bikeway there is because this promenade, whatever we want to call it, mall, anyway, does have historic merit. And I believe that that's something that a comprehensive plan can address to see if that is something that worth weighing. Trees, of course, are something we need to be, taking into account. All of those things need to be put together and for us to come with a concrete idea so people understand where we're coming from, and to work in conjunction with the city as far as their network of every type of transit. So I would like to encourage people to support amending the plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. There has been a motion and a second on amending the Kings Highway portion of the plan. Is there any additional discussion to the amendment? Commissioner French?
Okay.
I can hear you.
I guess it wasn't really a question to the amendment. It's more of a question about how we plan this out, and I want to ask if there's any coordination between city and park planners when we're doing something like this to make sure we're not being redundant and like bike lanes and other stuff. How is this decided? Who decides what? Like, who decides? Okay, there's a bike lane 2-3 blocks from here. We might necessarily need one at Kings Highway. How are we going about making those decisions? Who does that?
Thank you, Commissioner French, for the question. I will ask for Ms. Odell or Director Arvinson to provide some context about the CAC process on that.
Yes, President Cogill and Commissioner French, Odell, Planning Department. And the master plan, the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, would indicate the board's support for a bike connection to be in that area. Detailed design of exactly how it's going to work out happens after this plan is approved, and we absolutely will work with city partners on determining how that goes in. And in fact, we talked to folks leading up to this. We've had a number of meetings. We had PAC meetings and did meet with city, county, other sorts of folks to discuss this and the other parts of the plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I should note at the moment here, for those who were looking to speak during open time, you can submit any comments to the open time email address that will be able to be logged in the public record for this meeting. That is opentime@minneapolisparks.org. Again, that's opentime@minneapolisparks.org. Any other questions to the amendment or discussion to the amendment? I'm not seeing any. I'll say I don't support this amendment. I think that what only can be described to me as hysteria around what's going to happen with a conceptual design for an additional bike route that connects to one of the most traveled bike areas of the city at the Rose Garden and Lake Harriet is really unfortunate. I'd be much more open to providing an amendment in the language that ensures that any detailed design does not impact mature trees, and that we would get forestry department sign off on any detailed design. That seems to me to be much more of a collaborative path forward that both honors what we passed out of committee and what we saw come out of the robust Community Advisory Committee process that considered this issue very deeply already for a while. So for that reason, I'm really not going to be supporting this motion, and I urge my colleagues to also vote to defeat it. Seeing no other questions, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Commissioner Forney's amendment.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 6 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent.
The motion carries. Is there any other discussion on the Kings Highway portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan? Any other discussion? It would be my understanding then that we now need to vote again on the Kings Highway portion of the master plan with the amendment.
Correct.
Okay. So with that, is there any discussion on the Kings Highway portion of the master plan with the amendment as just passed? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Point of order, are we voting on the whole plan at this point in time, or just this amendment?
We're just voting on the Kings Highway portion of the master plan
Aye.
with the amendment you passed.
My apologies. Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 6 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on to the second divided question portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, the mall. I'm looking for discussion on that portion. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I'd like to move amendment 34A to modify the mall graphic to retain westbound Park Road and parking.
I would second that.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Sorry, the amendment has been moved and seconded to restore parking in the master plan concept. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Commissioner Meyer.
I'll just urge commissioners again to vote against it. The master plan was the result of compromise from extensive discussion on the CAC. They went through this a lot, and for us to just completely reverse that and focus on cars and ignore climate change, I think would be an appalling thing to do. I hope we don't.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any other discussion on this proposed amendment? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I would echo Commissioner Meyer's sentiments. It would be a big disappointment, and I think a big disappointment for the constituents in my district to see that we continue to not move ahead where we can in the moments that we can to reduce the capacity for vehicles in what is one of the densest areas of the city, and is going to see substantial investment in transit and other alternative forms of transportation in the area. To see that the park board can't do this little bit to move in that same direction towards a more transit, pedestrian, and bike-friendly future is just, I think it really, honestly, runs counter to many of the major board actions that we've taken in the past couple of years, including our most recent plan for our environmental sustainability, and it's just would be unfortunate. So that's why I will be voting no on this amendment. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the amendment.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 4 nays, 1 absent.
The amendment fails. Is there any other discussion on the mall plan? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill, and thank you for hearing Commissioner Forney's amendment. I would just encourage my colleagues to vote against and vote no to this main part of the motion. If the vote holds the same way, I think the inverse is also true, and this would need 5 votes to pass. And if I counted the last resolution, it failed on a 4-4. So I would just encourage, since it sounds like we're not able to come up with a compromise at the board here, if folks maintain their same, do the inverse of their votes now, I think it will have the same effect as what the Commissioner Forney's amendment was trying to do before. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Meyer.
I think if commissioners do that, it's going to leave us in a very odd position where we, our service area plans cover every park except this one. This one will be the only park without a plan. I'm just saying that would be a very odd thing for commissioners to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
I'd be happy to wait for, I think Commissioner Musich had her hand up for the first time. I'd be happy to wait.
Commissioner Musich, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, President Cogill. Director Arvidsson, if you could help refresh my memory, there was a park in the South Service Area Master Plan where, when we adopted the plan, we did not have a plan that we were ready to have the board support. Would it be possible to have this park receive a similar designation as was done in the South Service Area Master Plan to allow for staff to continue to work with community on a design for this location and bring forward an amendment at a later date?
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, yes, the park that Commissioner Musich is referring to is Cedar Field Park. And the circumstances there were that during the time of the master plan effort, we had been unable to do the necessary community engagement that would have gotten us to a concept plan at that time. And so in that case, staff opted to bring forward a master plan that did not have a master plan for Cedar Avenue Field, but we publicly committed to continuing the engagement that we had just then begun to do around that park in order to bring forward a plan. We were able to then continue that engagement, and we were able to bring forward a plan to the board for consideration 7 or 8 months later. The difference here is that the mall was discussed along with the other parks in the service area, and had the same level of community engagement and discussion as all of the other parks. So it was not kind of lagging behind the rest of the parks, as was the case at Cedar Field. It's my opinion that we won't be able to go back out into the community and find a perfect consensus solution that everyone agrees to. We attempted that over 16 CAC meetings and 2 years. We do feel that the design that was brought forward best balanced the various topics that we heard in the community, and the CAC did recommend that design. I think additional community engagement is not necessarily going to bring a solution because folks are where they are on this issue on the mall. And I don't think additional community engagement is going to change minds. It will be difficult for us to bring forward some new consensus design, which is why we provide amendments to the board so that you all can essentially make the final decision and move the project forward.
Okay. Will there be any impact to the ability of this plan to be brought before the Metropolitan Council for approval if we do not approve a master plan for this particular park?
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, these are largely neighborhood parks, so they don't go before the Met Council. In this particular master plan, the only piece that goes to the Met Council is the Loon Lake Trolley Path. However, we are currently talking with the Metropolitan Council sewer group about sewer work that they need to do underneath the mall, and also a grant that's on the table for a trail connection to the Midtown Greenway. We can work with whatever solution to give guidance on those construction projects going forward. But if we have no policy guidance, it will be difficult for us to coordinate with those agencies on what's meant to be done. Essentially, we would probably be reverting to existing conditions and restoring existing conditions if there were no master plan in place to direct future improvement.
Thank you. Appreciate the additional context.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. Again, I would just urge my colleagues to take the inverse of their votes that they took on Commissioner Forney's amendment, and it would have the same effect as if Commissioner Forney's amendment had passed. Alternatively, I know we are all wishing Commissioner Severson well this evening. If somebody wanted to move to table this, it's not my intent to table it. I think folks have waited long enough on getting this plan approved. But if somebody wanted to table this until we are here in our full ranks, I'm sure we would all appreciate what Commissioner Severson's opinion is on the matter. So, but if we want to take a vote tonight, I would just encourage my colleagues to take the inverse of their last vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner French.
I just want to echo what Commissioner Bourne was saying. I think I would entertain his ideal of letting Commissioner Stevens return from his recovery and see what he has to say about this. I would be okay with that.
So, Commissioner French, is that a motion?
No, it's not a motion.
You're not making a motion. Okay. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I would like to move this aspect to be held over for when Commissioner Severson is here. Truly, I feel the whole reason why I'm bringing this up is that this mall, Kings Highway, all of these should be considered. If we're going to do change-ups, that we should have a comprehensive plan and about how our parkways are being utilized. So I would move to hold this particular vote for when Commissioner Severson.
Commissioner Forney, if that's a move to table, I would second that move to table.
It's table.
There's been a motion to table and a second. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on tabling the issue of the mall portion of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
No.
President Cogill.
Aye.
There are 5 ayes, 3 nays, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on to the full plan. Is there any discussion on the rest of the plan, excluding the item of Kings Highway and the mall? Commissioner Meyer.
I would like to move to repeal Amendment 24A that was made in committee. So this would restore the plan to its original by putting in the 2 basketball courts. And I will speak to the motion if there's a second.
There's been a motion to restore 2 basketball courts at Painter Park. Is that correct, Commissioner Meyer? Painter Park?
Painter Park, yes. Sorry.
Second.
Second.
The motion to restore the 2 basketball courts in the plan has been moved and seconded. Commissioner Meyer, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So this was, the result of the work of the CAC again, and I just feel that the history of NIMBYism against basketball courts in our city should really make us, hold this type of thing, to use the Supreme Court term, to like heightened scrutiny. I was disappointed to see some of the opposition to the basketball court. For example, Tom Lydon, the Fox News reporter, said that we shouldn't have the basketball court because that park isn't policed well enough to have it. And I just think, given the history of race and class connected to that, I think that we should stick with the original CAC recommendation to keep the basketball court there.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney.
I would encourage people to roll this amendment in. It's been a robust discussion on all behalves. I know the CAC has done a very good job. The community has also weighed in very strongly. So I would encourage people, and I just need to remind people, master plans have been altered here in our final board meeting. So it's not gonna, I mean, there are things that are an affront to the community, yes. I mean, my own community skate park was put in at the last minute after the CAC, definitely vetted it, definitely the community vetted it and everything like that. It passed. So I don't feel that, I appreciate the analogy to us as the Supreme Court, but I would hope that you would still support the amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. First, I'll just say that I'm a little shocked. I know the First District Commissioner in particular, I think, said almost the exact words last week that he appreciated when commissioners announced their intent to amend something that was coming to the full board, and representing the area that this amendment is in after a robust public discussion. I'm kind of surprised to be hearing of it on the floor. That said, I think that the amendment that brought forward was a very good community compromise with a neighborhood asset that I have lived within a few hundred feet of for 42 years. The one piece of history that the First District Commissioner may not be appreciative of is when there was a movement in the 80s and early 90s for the park board to eliminate full court basketball courts. The folks in and around Painter Park said, no, that's not here. Everyone is welcome here, and we are going to maintain a full court basketball court at Painter Park that has served the neighborhood well for a generation. Likewise, there has been a full court tennis court there as well, next to the full court basketball court, that has also served the neighborhood well for generations. Now there is a demographic of that neighborhood that is changing, and is going to be relying on the ability to age in place a little bit more, and with that comes access to sports like pickleball that are targeted towards seniors. So I think that the compromise that was brought forward by several members of the community was very well thought through, recognizing Painter Park and the folks that live around it, their embrace of full court basketball courts when other parts of the city turn them away in some very disgusting behavior, preserves a full court basketball court and preserves a tennis court that we are also losing across the city. So again, I'm just very surprised that the First District Commissioner, in light of the words that he said just last cycle, is bringing this forward now. Is surprising, and I think it just does not appreciate or has a clear lack of understanding of the history of the area and the complexities of the area there. So I would ask my colleagues not to support the First District Commissioner's amendment in an area of town that it is clear from the motion he might not be as familiar with as I'd like somebody to make that motion to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Meyer, second time.
I think the key criterion is that commissioners should know that an issue is going to come up for a discussion, right? And so there was a split vote on this original amendment when it came forward. So I mean, you would know that it was going to be something that there was not a unanimous opinion on. So that's like no one notified me about the mall, for example, Commissioner Bourne. But I knew that was going to be a subject of discussion because it had been its last one. So I think that that's perfectly fine. But the CAC found that the one basketball court was getting a lot of use, and that they need 2 basketball courts to meet the demand that is there. There's a really large demand. And another component of this is that if you move away from it, then you're also going to have to reduce the size of the skate park. So for those reasons, I think it makes sense for us to follow the CAC's original plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Any other discussion on this item? Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill, for the second time. To the First District Commissioner's comments, I can only rely on the words that he says publicly. And the words that he said publicly just last cycle was folks should state their intention to make these kind of motions. Commissioner Forney did state her intention to make those motions. And Commissioner Meyer states somehow not being aware of the mall, even though Commissioner Forney did state that. The mall and Kings Highway are also not in the First District Commissioner's district. Painter Park is in the 6th District Commissioner's district, which is why I apparently have a better understanding of the complexities of the history in and around Painter Park than the motion maker does. It's amazing to me that the First District Commissioner would go back on his own stated values and his own stated word. And again, for a neighborhood that has always embraced full court basketball, and a park system that is trying to preserve and increase full court basketball, and a park system that is also trying to preserve and increase tennis courts, we have an addition of a tennis court tonight that I believe Commissioner Forney and Commissioner French worked very hard to bring to fruition. If Commissioner Meyer's amendment passes, we have a net zero gain of tennis courts, and we're still in the same problem for both of these critically important field sports, court sports, excuse me. So again, I appreciate the First District Commissioner's interest in the 6th District, but I would ask my colleagues to reject this amendment that folks are being blindsided with.
Fantastic. Thank you. Are there any other comments from commissioners? I voted last time with Commissioner Forney, who brought up this amendment. I will stay consistent with that on this particular item. So with that, the question at the moment is an amendment to restore the second basketball court proposal to Painter Park. And I will ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer, I couldn't see you.
Oh, excuse me. Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
No.
Commissioner French,
Staying.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 2 ayes, 5 nays, 1 abstain, and 1 absent.
That amendment fails. So to the full plan, are there any other questions, discussion, or amendments? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just wanted to thank everyone for the incredible amount of time and effort they put in over the last almost 2+ years now on bringing forward the final master plan for the Minneapolis Park Board. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Miss Odell and Assistant Superintendent Wiseman, or Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, Mr. Arvinson, and I know I'm forgetting. I want to really thank Brian Nalesny for chairing what was probably a lot more than he signed up for. I think this was our longest CAC. And Commissioner Forney is right. From time to time, these are advisory committees, and they bring forward a set of advice. And I was really pleased to hear the amount of consensus across the board that was brought forward with this. That there were really only a few amendments that made it to the level of the board. So I think it's just an outstanding amount of work that folks in and around Southwest Minneapolis and across the city put their minds to. So thank you again to staff and all the volunteers that participated. I'm really excited to move forward on this plan as now amended.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I will echo Commissioner Bourne's thanks to all the CAC members, staff, everybody who has been involved in this plan for a very long time. I'm still hopeful that we can make good on the CAC's work on the mall and revisit that item at the next meeting. I'm hopeful that this plan, when passed, will lead to some speedy implementation. I know there are certainly some projects that are deeply needed across the Southwest area, and I look forward to working with staff on getting those implemented. Thanks to everybody for the discussion, and I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on the full Southwest Service Area Master Plan.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstain. Or sorry, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on, we have what I think this evening is really the paramount item of discussion, which is our recommended 2021 budget. The superintendent will present his recommended 2021 budget now, and I'll turn it over to him and Director Wiseman to move through that.
President Cogill,
Yeah.
there's,
Oh, did I miss an item?
sorry, I might be out of order. I thought the Hayden item was next, I'm sorry.
Quite all right. I'll turn it over to the superintendent, and we'll move forward.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening, President Cogill and Vice President Vita and commissioners. It's an incredible honor, and I'm privileged to serve you and the people of Minneapolis as the superintendent of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation System. Before I get in further, I just wanted to say a really special thanks. So many people that worked on this, of course, through this organization. But I do want to give a special thanks to Director Weissman and also Paul Rosen in finance, and their incredible dedication, professionalism, and their amazing work around this incredibly challenging budget. I could thank so many people with this, but I want to make sure I give a thank you to Director Weissman and also Paul Rosen. Proud of them. I'm also incredibly proud to present my recommended 2021 budget that addresses revenue losses due to COVID-19, protects the assets of the organization, and also maintains our focus on youth services and supports innovation. So first I want to talk about the foundations for developing the 2021 budget. So 2020 has been a year like really none other, and I know we've all experienced that, but it has been a very difficult year. Obviously with COVID-19 pandemic, the killing of George Floyd, peaceful protests, civil unrest, and an economic recession and unemployment levels actually worse than the Great Depression, and the rise in the number of our most vulnerable of our city experiencing homelessness, many of them who sought refuge, temporary refuge on our park land. The past few months have reshaped our lives, and our NPRB staff have absolutely amazed me in their abilities to persevere, to adjust, to innovate, transform, and to support this organization with the absolute passion that they have for this organization and doing the great work every day while really executing the mission and maintaining our values. The 2021 budget process has been absolutely the most challenging in my career. And I can also say that I'm sure for the entire organization, for everyone that has been through it, has been incredibly challenging. The level of revenue losses due to COVID-19 constraints and the economic conditions has really focused our attention on the protection of our park assets and our greatest priority, our youth. We need to continue to protect the assets of the MPRB, including our physical infrastructure and our park amenities, and remain focused on our most important priority, the youth of our city. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, same slide, my apologies. My apologies. My recommended, still slide 2, so I apologize. My recommended 2021 budget protects the 20-year neighborhood park plan through the full $10.5 million allocation and the use of our criteria-based systems and the racial equity lens for budget allocation and decisions. Racial equity work continues to be demonstrated in the budget in multiple ways, including neighborhood and regional park capital improvements and rehabilitation funding, recreation center funding, and annual department goals. and the 2021 budget adjustments. This budget also protects the MPRB's commitment to our strategic long-term planning, including the 2018 to 2022 strategic direction and performance goals adopted by the board in April of 2018 and 2019 respectively. In a time of pandemic and economic recession, it's important to make decisions based on these directions and the measure I am proud, and these measures. I am proud that this budget protects the gains that have been made towards reaching these goals. Next slide now, thank you. So the 2021 budget framework, the budget process began in, as you know, May of 2020 through budget discussions with the board. On June 3rd, 2020, the board adopted the 2021 budget framework as a guide for budget development during this uncertain pandemic and economic time. I utilized this framework when developing my recommendations, my recommended budget, and accordingly, it protects the gains that have been made in investing in youth, focuses on racial equity and economic equity. It protects our capital investment through the 20-year neighborhood park plan, the NPP 20. It identifies employee engagement to ensure that employees' voices are heard and were heard, and recognizes the program and service levels with corresponding staffing levels will need to be redefined. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna talk a little bit real quickly about the employee budget workshops. Planning and finance staff partnered in developing and executing an employee engagement process to ensure that employees were heard and considered during the 2021 budget process, as requested in the budget framework. More than 200 ideas from staff were collected from in-person brainstorming sessions, online Zoom workshops, and online surveys. And I was incredibly proud of the amount of staff that stepped forward across the entire organization. Responses were collected from every MPRB division. Respondents varied across departments, divisions, roles, and included those who work in the field, in an office setting, non-supervisory, supervisory, and director levels. During the most challenging time in recent memory, staff showed their dedication, creativity, and willingness to step up and go the extra mile. And I'm so proud of all of you, and thank you for all of our staff who participated and had a voice. I listened and I heard you. Several ideas mirrored my passions and my vision, aligned with priorities that I have been discussing with commissioners, all of you directly. The following are a few ideas that are moving forward and being implemented the fourth quarter of 2020 and are supported by my recommended 2021 budget. And here's a few that I will walk through. Employees identified the need to review policing and reinvest money into other community structures. Other employees specifically recommended moving away from the community outreach model and moving towards building community connections and the expansion of street reach. Employees identified the need to consider resources, labor, and skills to avoid redundancy and to allow for enhanced focus and work throughout the organization. Employees also identified the need to review the Recreation Division management structure and asked if it was aligned in the most efficient way. Employees also identified the need to focus on resources, on grants and donations, focusing on building relationships with foundations, philanthropic organizations, corporations, to researching and writing grants. Next slide, please. And other ideas that were also mentioned that were really important in the Department 2020 budget goals were to evaluate MPRB land holdings, acquisitions, and sales of excess land, continued reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and analysis of the MPRB call centers, and to move to use the use of procurement cards. So information around all this will be reported out to employees in November, which will complete the final step in this employee engagement process. Next slide, please. So the 2020 fourth quarter organizational changes that I want to talk about and bring forward now, which I'm really excited about, I will now kind of discuss that with you all. So as many of you know, since returning to the organization to serve as superintendent, there have been several things that I have been very passionate about. And several of those things we're building on the collaborative work being done to meet the diverse needs of park users, and fusing our recreation division with innovation and data and insights that gives our talented program and service delivery staff what they need to deliver world-class programs, classes, and cutting-edge programs, especially to our youth, and driving decisions with sound data and insights that allows us to meet and exceed industry standards. I'm pleased to be rolling out a modified organizational structure over the next couple of months. Many aspects of these shifts have been tested and tried over the past 9 months. So the first I'd like to talk about is the Community Support Services Department, a new department that we've created called Community Support Services Department. I'm creating a new Community Support Services Department. It's focused on safety strategies that provide outreach, that provide support, intervention, and de-escalation to community and staff in our parks. This new department includes employees from community outreach, street reach, and park police, with the skills and talents necessary to support community, staff in our parks, and all of the visitors in challenging situations and complex problems. Department members will work collaboratively with community members, community partner agencies, park users, stakeholders, staff, and park police to help solve park safety problems, complementing the MPRB's unique approach to community policing in parks. And what I'd also like to do is just to give a brief understanding of what this means. So with this, we're very, very clear as we have what they call a community connections team as a branch of this actual community support services. And that team is charged with several things I will mention here quickly, and we'll spend more time, I'm sure, later. But some of the things that are very important is they're going to cultivate and sustain key relationships and partnerships with the agencies that provide services to youth and adults in crisis, addiction, homelessness, trauma response, violence prevention. They also will look to develop internal action plans, trainings and strategies for peaceful resolutions for problems, delivery of community support services, and protocols for appropriate alternative responses to safety concerns. They will work with a community action team, and the community action team is the other branch of this, which will involve our street reach team. And they will provide culturally competent direct services and responses to high energy, complex community events, occurrences, and prolonged issues within parks. And that could be around demonstrations, encampments, youth violence prevention, youth conflict management. They will assist with implementation of organization-wide direction and plans for inclusion, equity, and access. They would develop, know, maintain, and advance the key relationships for each community, including community organizations, staff, social services providers, applicable nonprofit resources, faith-based communities, crime prevention specialists, public health, and so forth. And they'll also communicate with stakeholders on park safety issues and strategies. The community action team, which has been really solid, that has been working for the last 9 months, along again with this team that has been doing the work for the last 9 months as we've been watching this. The community action team is really around our street reach team, which has been incredibly valuable in our organization. And the one thing I want to talk about them is that they will team up with our community connections team that I just mentioned to provide culturally competent direct services and response to high energy, complex community events, occurrences and prolonged issues within parks, along with, of course, demonstrations, encampments, youth violence prevention, youth conflict management. They will partner with the ambassadors to monitor parks, and we'll talk about the ambassadors in a moment. Events and activities, assist park patrons, and provide information to park police, customer services, and the data team. With that, I'm going to move on to the next one, which is the data analytics and insights and response team. I'm combining several employees from planning, asset management, and information technology services who work most closely with the data into one work group so that their power can be amplified across the organization. The work group, the new data analytics or insights and response team will be within the strategic planning department and will collectively continue to provide service for all divisions. And a brief understanding of that, just to kind of get clarity. As part of its exploration, this team intends to draw expertise from across the organization and will, as required by each investigation, reach to others within MPRB to aid in their efforts to gain and interpret data, review local, national, regional trends, and pose different directions in response to gathered data. They will look to collect and clarify and systemize organization-wide data. They will look to reveal operational insights from analysis of collected and organized data, pushing beyond mere collection of data by posting new directions for the organization. They will develop analytical models intended to drive higher levels of service within the organization. They will analyze data resources, supporting solutions to identified problems. And they will also provide data-driven project and decision support. Next slide, please. So next one is called program advancement. A program advancement position is being created within the customer service department that will help ensure public programs are designed, evaluated, innovated, researched, trend, and deployed to the highest standards across the organization. This realigns existing resources that we currently have and builds upon the recreation development engine and COVID-19 programs, the team processes and successes of 2020. So this group again, this position again amplifies across the entire organization, not just in one department, but again across the entire organization, looking at all services and delivering the highest standards of programs across the entire organization. The ambassador program is being enhanced within customer service department, utilizing part-time staffing and volunteers. This realigns existing resources and builds upon previous successes of our program. And the thing that I want to say about that is that, again, in the last 9 months, we have seen the incredible work that ambassadors have done across the entire organization. Some of the wonderful things that we do realize is that when we have our local parks and we have staff there in local parks and they work with community and they work with our police, they do really amazing things with that. And the ambassador program being out in our parks, and in particular our regional areas, having people there, having eyes on spaces that we might normally be at. It could be the Star Arch Bridge, it could be at Minnehaha Falls, it can be at Bede-Makaska. But really utilizing what we have learned over the last 9 months with the ambassador program, we're now going to make that now part of our programs and making sure that the staff are engaged and that they can also work across with our community support services team, and they can work together to really make our parks safe and work with the entire park system and deliver really top-level service to our community. Athletic programs, aquatics, golf, and ice arenas department. I am currently going to be realigning with the athletics, aquatics, and ice and golf and those activities into one department. And we're going to then look at how we look at the revenue potential. And this will build upon the success of 2020 that we've experienced, but it will also take all of our revenue departments, and we will look at new innovation, new trends, and really be forward thinking on how we can build upon not only the success of 2020, but going forward into the future. Slide 8, please. Next slide. We're also going to look at the Youth and Recreation Center Programs Department. So I'm bringing youth development and recreation centers together to make sure that the youth are our primary focus and are seamlessly integrated into recreation center programs and services. The Youth and Recreation Center Programs Department realignment builds upon changes implemented earlier this year and strengthens the opportunities for collaboration, and delivery of meaningful, engaging programs. Teen Works. Teen Works is being transitioned into the Environmental Management Department to continue focusing on meaningful youth, employment, and development opportunities. And as an example, if you remember in the report of officers I gave earlier, if you saw the work the Green Team does, and if you look at what the Environmental Services Department does, this is more than just putting money in the pocket, which is really incredibly important. But what we saw when they put money in the pockets, how it helped them through not only their family life, but also their purchase of things that this helps the family, that it could be a pair of new glasses, where it might be. But importantly, it opens the world around the natural resources, around our environmental studies. It looks at a wonderful opportunity for our youth to be underneath and working with Marilyn Polsher and Deb Pilger and that department, and building out a wonderful experience and a meaningful experience that these Teen Works can take. So we're very excited about that for our young people and the opportunities they'll be facing with that change. We're also looking at the grants and donation administration. So I'm realigning existing resources to establish a grants and donation administrator position to build relationships with foundations, corporations, philanthropic organizations, and to research and write grants. This person will be reporting directly to me, and we were very clear about this, and the board has been very vocal about this, and I'm excited to have that position with our existing resources, and to really be at the table when we talk about opportunities that are out there, that we're sitting at the table and we're aware of all of the potential sources that we in the park system can go after, and we can then provide best services for our youth. And considering the way that in the next several years, it's going to be incredibly important to have this position so that the park system can look at ways that we can continue to enhance our programs, especially around creation spaces, around cycling programs, around nature-based programs. We are really looking at this position to look at grants and donations and all the opportunities that exist in the city, in the state, and around the country, nationally. We're also looking at ADA, gender inclusion, and racial equity. Our ADA and gender inclusion and racial equity work is aligning with human resources. And we want to make sure that, and to ensure it is embedded in all the work to develop, recruit, and retain staff. So I truly believe that these organizational changes will allow the organization to deliver the best programs and services in the country. I'm extremely excited about this, and I've been thinking about this for a long time and the vision going forward. And this was a perfect opportunity now to really look at this shift in our organization. And I'm really excited to see what we're going to do next year and going forward into the next several years in this organization. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to our Finance Director, Julie Weissman, to continue on with the budget presentation.
Good evening, President Cogill and Commissioners. I'm Julie Weissman, the Finance Director. And the next section of this budget presentation is the 2018 to 2020 strategic directions are invest in youth, be financially sustainable, protect the environment, and gain engage communities' power. So the first one, investing in youth. We had our Closing the Gap Investing in Youth report that was provided in 2019. We need quality, innovative programs to serve youth regardless of their ability to pay. And we identified that there was a $2 million gap needed annually to close the gap in investing in youth. With this recommended budget, we were faced with a $6 million deficit. And through a lot of hard work, we were able to protect the gains that we made in 2020 prior to COVID, and that this recommended budget funds youth investment at the same level as 2020. The recommended budget also supports the organizational structure changes to modify the Recreation Division structure to strengthen and focus on youth programming, as well as the creation of the program advancement position. The superintendent looks forward to the future and working with our city and partner agencies and utilizing our lobbyists, our intergovernmental relations position, and now our grants and donation administrator position to advance sustainability in investing in youth on all fronts. Next slide, please. Our next strategy being financially sustainable. We recognized, or this board and staff recognized, the economic crisis that is currently facing Minneapolis property owners, and our property tax levy increase is based on the approved maximum amount authorized by the Board of Estimate and Taxation of 1.18%. That includes a 1.9% property tax levy increase for the general fund and a 24.6% property tax levy decrease for the final year of the tree preservation and reforestation levy. We recognize that this property tax levy does not provide current service level funding for MPRB operations. We are protecting our youth investment and our environmental initiatives that we made in 2020 through increasing some targeted fees and charges and additional new fees and charges in areas that don't impact youth, and our position eliminations focused on vacancies. We are also supporting the organizational structure changes. Again, faced with a $6 million deficit, we are able to realign existing resources to further the goals and initiatives and respond to the new pressures. Next slide, please. For protecting the environment, we are continuing a lot of the efforts that are building upon the efforts that were initiated in last year. We're further reducing greenhouse gas emissions using the priorities and recommendations from the first completed carbon footprint analysis. We're continuing the implementation of the formal criteria of evaluating new equipment purchases. We're going to be completing the installation of 2 community gardens focused in the areas of greatest need. We'll perform a diagnostic study on Powderhorn Lake and enhancing our review of forestry specifications for private development to ensure that tree preservation techniques are implemented. Next slide. And then our final strategy, engage communities' power. We've reimagined our communication and engagement during this pandemic, increase in social justice activities and awareness, and have experienced the rise in homelessness. Commissioners have a desire to rethink policing in parks and mitigate impacts on the most economically vulnerable in our community. So through the superintendent's recommended budget and the organizational changes being implemented in the fourth quarter of 2020, this budget supports the Community Support Services Department and the alignment of ADA, gender inclusion, and racial equity work. The recommended budget also provides additional resources to the Community Support Services Department through the elimination of a park police officer position. Next slide, please. So as we began the budget, other factors that were impacting our 2021 budget process, of course, was the coronavirus pandemic, which this board gets monthly updates on the $1 to $2 million lost revenue each month due to impacts of the pandemic. We also considered system growth, expansion and service levels as we looked at the Commons, Waterworks, and in the future, Upper Harbor Terminal, and needing to make sure that our delivery models are analyzed and adjusted and changed to support these areas. And we also looked at capital investment needs as far as the riverfront acquisition, operation facilities, underground infrastructure, and other items. Next slide, please. And then we also looked at pesticide-free parks and, of course, the unsheltered people in parks. Next slide. Other financial challenges that we were encountering are the union negotiated settlements, minimum wage increases, inflationary increases, and other items. Next slide, please. So the basis of the superintendent's recommended budget. As we go through the budget, or as you review the budget over the next coming weeks, we have provided over $3.7 million in ongoing financial impacts due to the economic recession and due to the property tax levy increase not meeting current service levels. We also have provided for almost $6 million in temporary COVID impacts. We have made reductions in, made every reduction possible in non-labor costs. We have limited revenue increases, largely due to the impacts of COVID. We have prioritized MPRB assets and the investment of youth. We've considered the input of commissioners, the budget framework, as well as staff recommendations. Before I start going through the individual funds and the budget adjustments made, I just want to say that this organization faced the largest deficit of my career. This was a very difficult process. In order to protect our assets, in order to protect our investments in youth, in order to protect filled positions, while still moving our strategic directions forward and still responding to new system pressures. There were many difficult choices and decisions that were made throughout this budget. Next slide, please. So in the general fund, our department initiatives and changes for 2021 in the superintendent's office, it supports the 2020 organizational change that realigns existing resources to create the grant and donation administrator position. In communications and marketing, we have a reduction in part-time hours for web assistance, communication assistance, and graphic designer, and slight decreases in other expenditures. The Community Support Services Department supports the 2020 organizational change that realigns existing resources in order to establish this department. And it also enhances the services by providing additional money through the elimination of one park police officer position. For park police, it supports the organizational change through the transfer of a coordinator position to the Community Support Services Department, as well as the elimination of the police office. Next slide, please. For the Deputy Superintendent's Office, we have a reduction in contractual services. For customer service, it supports the organizational changes by establishing the program advancement position and the enhanced ambassador program. Overhead fee is a new overhead fee will be charged to the Special Revenue Fund events for full-time staff overseeing those events. In the finance department, there is an elimination of the financial and performance analyst position. In human resources, it supports the organizational change by aligning the ADA inclusion and racial equity coordination within human resources. There is an elimination of a human resources associate position, and it reclassification of a vacant manager position to a coordinator position for equity, inclusion, and access. Next slide, please. For Environmental Stewardship Division, in asset management, it supports the organizational change that transfers 2 management analyst positions to the Strategic Planning Department. It maintains all filled frontline positions. It eliminates 3 of 6 parkkeeper trainee positions, vacant parkkeeper trainees positions, 1 vacant carpenter apprentice position. There is a conversion of 1 gardener position to a horticulture crew leader position. There's a reduction of permit off the bench electrician hours, and a reduction in seasonal parkkeeper and seasonal mobile equipment operator hours, and the elimination of a seasonal intern. There's a reduction in overtime budget and an increase to utility costs due to the scheduled rate increases. In the environmental management department, it supports the organizational changes that transitions Team TeenWorks to be managed through environmental management. And it also includes reductions in part-time and seasonal hours, including program aides, seasonal park maintenance workers, naturalists, AIS educator, and seasonal mobile equipment operator positions, and a slight reduction in other expenses. Next slide, please. In forestry, we solidified the addition of the forestry preservation coordinator that was funded through one-time funds in 2020, and we increased revenue for the City of Minneapolis support of that position. We did eliminate the vacant forestry outreach coordinator position that was funded through one-time funds in 2020, and also the elimination of some part-time clerical hours. In the planning division, design and project management, there is an elimination of a vacant design project manager position and a soon-to-be vacant construction project manager position, along with the associated project charge revenue reduction. And there's a slight decrease in other expenditures. In strategic planning, it supports the organizational changes by establishing the data analytics team, by shifting already existing resources from asset management, information technology services to strategic planning, and a slight decrease in other expenditures. Next slide, please. In the Recreation Division, athletic programs, aquatics, golf, and ice arenas. In the general fund, we operate the athletic programs and aquatics. It supports the 2020 organizational changes that realign golf into this department. There's an increase in athletic facility fees, permit fees, adult league fees, and swimming lesson fees based on market rates. And it continues the Philip Pool use agreement with the Minneapolis Public Schools through 2024. In the Youth and Recreation Centers program, this supports the organizational changes that bring youth programming and recreation centers together to make sure that youth are the primary focus and seamlessly integrated into youth and recreation center programs. And it protects the youth funding and maintains that funding at 2020 levels. Next slide, please. Other general fund initiatives and changes. COVID impacts are reflected as a lump sum reduction to revenue and expenditures to allow for the greatest flexibility as the MPRB adjusts based on state and CDC guidelines and the MPRB continuity of operations plan. To give you an example of this, we currently have a hiring freeze still in place. Each vacancy that, as they become vacant, are scrutinized to determine if there is a direct service need or if that position can be placed on hold during the time of the pandemic. What that does is it protects youth employment and provisional staff hiring as much as possible as we build programs and services from the ground up, utilizing the lessons learned throughout the pandemic and further building out and activating our parks within the CDC and state guidelines. Recession impacts. In order to protect our workforce, we looked at making reductions in non-labor line items. So we removed the inflationary increase for all non-labor costs. There is a wage freeze through the end of 2021 for all appointed positions. And there is a reduction in small equipment purchases, as well as the internal service funds changing their life cycles and benefits to workers' compensation premium decreases that are benefiting the general fund and reducing the amount of other cuts that need to be made. In our city management fee contributions or others, this is the cost center that accounts for revenues and expenditures benefiting the entire organization. Included in this is our budgeted vacancy savings, which we are recommending, the superintendent is recommending a slight reduction in. And there is also a reduction in the fees charged by, to the MPRB charged by the city of Minneapolis, as they have changed the way they are doing their fees, which has saved us money this year. So next slide, please. Other initiatives is we have protected our investment in our park assets. So we are funding the operation and facilities transfers. We are funding the transfer for the park land acquisition fund. And we have included $100,000 for the historic and iconic home fund. Next slide, please. So now we move into our special revenue fund. Forestry, the continuation of the tree preservation and reforestation fund. 2021 is the final year of our 8-year plan to remove and replace ash trees and trees lost due to storms. The board we'll begin to plan for the end of this program and future needs for tree replacement. Next slide, please. In our enterprise fund, the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly impacted revenues in this fund, and it is providing us a real-time example of how this fund responds to extraordinary circumstances. Golf is experiencing a historic season in 2020 due to the pandemic, people staying closer to home, people looking for leisure activities to do outside. This is a resurgence in golf that we haven't seen in many, many, many years. The other areas of the enterprise fund have seen significant decreases in revenues due to the impacts of the pandemic. Large events canceled and limited event capacity still in place. Parking revenues down due to the closure of the University of Minnesota, as well as people staying home and not working in the downtown corridor. Concessionaires are experiencing fewer customers. We still have the loss of the Bidet Makaska building, and ice arenas that were closed have now reopened to limited capacity and social distancing. Because of these revenue decreases, even though golf is experiencing a record year, we still had to defer our scheduled projects, our capital improvement program, and our continued efforts to establish proper reserves for repair and replacement of assets had to be delayed. Next slide. So in the enterprise fund, use and event permitting, it includes a revenue decrease due to the impact of not utilizing Minneapolis police to support events, which reduces the MPRB capacity to host events unless another alternative can be determined. And we also developed and implemented we will be developing and implementing a new entrepreneurship program as an opportunity for small local vendors to sell their goods in a controlled environment. For the golf operations, it includes an increase to overall golf revenues as we are expecting the resurgence of golf to continue into 2021. And we have also included some targeted golf fee increases. And then because of the increases in usage, the recommended budget includes the addition of 1 seasonal park keeper for each of the 18-hole golf courses. In the ice arena operations, we just are seeing a slight fee increase to the Northeast Ice Arena turf rental based on market. Next slide, please. The overall COVID impacts in the enterprise fund are also being reflected in a lump sum as we, to again, offer the most flexibility. And we are building in a potential use of fund reserves as the enterprise fund isn't as flexible in its ability to address revenue losses. Our debt service, we have a restructuring of the Parade Ice Garden debt, which was a planned restructuring in 2020 with the first debt service payments being paid in 2021 for the remaining 10 years of the debt service schedule. And there is an increase to that annual debt service payment. And for improvements, we have included our CIP for the enterprise fund 2021 through 2026. 2021 and 2022 projects were slightly modified to accommodate the shifts and changes that we needed to make because of the project delays that were experienced in 2020. Next slide. In our internal services fund, we operate on a break-even basis, and they provide services to the other departments. We asked that the department directors in these areas assess and potentially extend the replacement schedules where possible. And COVID impacts are built into this fund through position vacancy savings and other cost savings that were identified and considered. Next slide, please. Information Technology Services supports the organizational changes that transfers the analyst position to the strategic planning department. There's expense reductions for holding a position vacant and delaying filling of a vacancy. It extends computer life cycles, and it uses equipment reserves to improve camera systems and door access at the Southside Operations Center and headquarters building. The self-insurance fund reflects reduction in workers' compensation premiums paid by departments due to the continued reduction in expenses associated with worker compensation claims by employees. Next slide. And then finally, for asset management equipment services, we are using fund reserves for planned equipment purchases that were delayed in prior years due to contract issues as well as the pandemic spending freezes. We did targeted extension of useful life of equipment. There's an elimination of the equipment repair foreman position and holding a vacant position, and other slight reductions in other expenditures. Next slide. The capital improvement program, which Director Arvidsson will walk us through later, is based on the equity criteria, and it continues to have the full $10.5 million worth of funding, regional park funding, and there's nearly $4.5 million of park dedication funds being directed in this CIP to neighborhood and regional park projects. Next slide. So I will take a brief moment at this point as the transition into the superintendent's recommended budget book and let the commissioners know and the public know that all of the budget materials are available on the Park Board website at www.minneapolisparks.org/budget. And we will be discussing many documents, and by the end of this evening, all of those documents will be posted on that public website. So now I'm going to walk through the superintendent's recommended budget book. Next slide. So the first part of the budget book includes the superintendent's 2021 budget message. Next slide. And the superintendent's recommended 2021 budget highlights. This is where you would go to get all of the detail that was just previously presented, and more information and more detail is included in that highlight area. The next section of the budget book is the 2018 to 2020 strategic directions and performance goals. Next slide. So again, the strategic direction was adopted in 2018, the goals in 2019. It provides the goals by which the superintendent, executive team, and organization will be measured throughout this period. Next slide. And I'm just showing an example of one of the items. So it has the strategic direction, invest in youth, and then there's various performance goals underneath each strategic direction. So this one is under invest in youth, and it's around youth employment. There's milestones that the organization has set to meet that direction. And then it outlines the accomplishments for 2019, 2020, and then what is proposed in the recommended 2021 budget. Next slide. We also correlate all of our department goals, which you will find throughout the budget book. This is an example of the Human Resources Department goal. Each of our goals need to be tied to a comprehensive plan goal, a strategic direction, and then if it's applicable to a racial equity action plan, that item is listed there as well. Next slide. The next section of the budget book contains background information. Next slide, which will show the service areas and commissioner districts. Next slide. And the organizational chart. Then we get into the financial information. We start to get into the financial information in the budget book with the property tax and local government aid section. For property taxes, we are showing our property tax levy at $70.3 million. That's a 1.18% increase over 2020. The park board is approximately 17.8% of the total City of Minneapolis tax. Next slide. Local government aid has stabilized with increases since 2021 or since 2011, but has not reached its 2010 certified high of 10.6 million. The 2021 recommended budget includes a local government aid amount of 9.2 million, which is a slight reduction from 2020, just under $400,000. So now we'll move into the general fund. The general fund has a balanced budget of $85.9 million. On the revenue side, you'll see the 1.9% increase in property taxes. You'll see the $391,000 reduction in local government aid. And then fees, fines, and other revenues, you'll see the reduction of $847,000, which is largely the commons, which last year was a transfer from the City of Minneapolis of $820,000, and that now has shifted up into property taxes in 2021. So in essence, for our operating side, we have a 0% property tax levy increase. The change that we received in 2021 pretty much just replaces the loss in local government aid and the transfer from the City of Minneapolis. And then you'll see the COVID revenue impacts. The chart below shows property taxes is now 76% of the general fund. You remember previous years, we were at 75%. So we are more heavily reliant in 2021 on property taxes due to COVID revenue impacts, which are directly hitting our fees, fines, and other revenue sources. Next slide. On the expenditure side, I just want to take a little bit of time to remind this board When I talk about that we had an approximate $6 million deficit, our current service level budget, we would have needed a 6.3% property tax levy increase to fund our current service level operations. And we received a 0% property tax levy increase with the property taxes and the other revenues that reduced. So if you think about this, we have an $85.9 million budget. If we had been able to fund our budget at current service level, it would have been a $91 million budget. So that's a $6 million swing that we needed to make adjustments for. We have $2.7 million of ongoing financial changes in the general fund, and then the $3.3 million of temporary COVID impacts. If you took the $2.7 million of ongoing financial changes and equated it to full-time positions, that would have been 28 full-time positions. We looked at making cuts to this budget, any possible cuts that we could make to this budget that wouldn't impact our workforce. So again, internal service fund charges. The city changed how they're charging our services where we saved some money. Health insurance came in at 1.9% instead of 5%. Wage freeze for appointed staff. No inflationary increases for non-labor costs. Some small revenue adjustments and other smaller expenditure adjustments. So we were able to reduce our budget without impacting labor by over 1.3 million of that 2.7. The labor adjustments and the other adjustments, we really focused on vacant positions, what positions were needed for direct services, seasonal and part-time labor costs. So if you want to, so our expenditures by division have changed quite a bit since 2020. And we had to reflect these in two different columns to try to bring some understanding to the restructuring and the reorganizational changes that have occurred since the superintendent arrived and will occur during this fourth quarter rollout. As the superintendent has enacted his vision and supported the board's strategic directions and provided support for new system pressures, all during the worst economic times of our careers. He has accomplished all of this by realigning existing resources within our general fund divisions, creating efficiencies, allowing for innovation, insight, and development. And I want to just take a little bit of time to go over those reorganization changes to help you understand where different things are falling within our budget and within our divisions. So in the superintendent's office, the Community Support Services Department has been established. The Grant and Donation Administration has been established, and the Community Outreach Department has been eliminated. In the Deputy Superintendent's office, you see a $1 million increase in the reorganization change. That is with community events going to customer service, the program advancement, the ambassador program. And it also includes the ADA, gender inclusion, and racial equity going to the Human Resources Department. In the Environmental Stewardship Department, the $1.1 million increase is the Commons Park, which used to be under contractual services and the city management fee. which is now in asset management, as well as TeenWorks being shifted into environmental management. For the planning division, the increase in the planning division is for the data analytics and response team. So the realigning of resources and shifting positions, the analysts from asset management and information technology services. In recreation, the reduction is really reflecting those shifts now of street reach moving up into the community and community support services department, and TeenWorks to the environmental stewardship division. And it also shifts some the resources from the youth development department to the superintendent's office for the grant and donation administrator position. And so it does include the elimination of the youth development department and the combination of rec centers and programs and youth development together into the new department of youth and recreation center programs. And then the city management fee, the $900,000 decrease, is for the commons moving up into environmental stewardship, as well as the shifting of one position from the internal service funds to the general fund. The next column, the budget change column, includes all of the budget adjustment items that I talked through in the previous slides, as well as the union negotiated wage increases, health insurance increases, all of those other normal types of budget changes. And you'll see the division, the costs by division or percentages by division have changed pretty much for every division as things have moved and shifted around. Next slide, please. So youth program expenditures by division. We started showing this chart last year. It shows the growth of our youth investment for 2018 to 2019, and that growth going from 2019 to 2020. And it shows 2021 at essentially the same dollar amount, the same percentage, and the reduction is really when you get into the budget adjustment spreadsheets. Again, the youth development supervisor position has been eliminated, and we have reduced by one director with the reorganization that the superintendent is implementing in the fourth quarter. Next slide. Now we move into the special revenue fund. And again, the special revenue fund includes the tree preservation and reforestation fund. Next slide, please. As well as grant and dedicated revenue is also in this fund. Next slide. And so this just reflects a balanced budget, and park grant and dedicated revenue gets adjusted throughout the year depending on monies that are received. Next slide. Now we'll move into the enterprise fund. The enterprise fund, you will see on this chart, you'll see the COVID impacts being reflected in a lump sum. You'll see some changes in revenues for some targeted fee increases, as well as the increase in Gulf revenue. And you'll also see the increase of almost $600,000 as the transfer to debt service which is the restructuring of the parade debt, the planned restructuring of the parade debt that I spoke of earlier. Next slide. This chart shows revenue and expenses by operating unit. And so you will see for the first time in a very long time, we are projecting the Gulf operations to essentially break even. We have increased the revenues, not to the exact level as we've experienced in 2020, this being a little more conservative, but we are hopeful that the resurgence in Gulf continues well into 2021 and beyond. And the next slide, please. This shows the 2021 to 2026 CIP. And again, it shows the revised column where we will construct the Bidet McCoska concession building, a temporary Gulf building for Meadowbrook, and a tool shed roof replacement are the major construction items in 2021. And assessments that we were hoping to do in 2020 that were delayed due to the COVID pandemic, we hope to get those accomplished in 2021. Next slide. Next, our internal services funds. We have our information technology services, equipment operations, and our self-insurance fund. Next slide. And you see that we have, for our revenue side, we have a reduction in revenue as we have adjusted the internal service funds budgets to provide some relief to the general fund and the enterprise fund, and are also experiencing some savings with workers' compensation premiums. Next slide. So this is by operating unit, and you'll see the use of fund balance and information technology services, and that's for the security cameras and door access at both South Side and headquarters, as well as the equipment use of reserves to catch up on equipment replacement that was delayed. Next slide. So then we get into the personnel summary. And if you remember, I was talking about potentially 28 full-time employees needing to be reduced throughout our budget. Next slide. You'll see ultimately with all of the reductions that we were able to take, that our full-time workforce is reducing by a net of 8 full-time employees. So this is all funds. We are in a recession, so you'll see what, you see the experience we had in previous recessions between 2006 to 2012. So we are in a recession. We have reduced full-time employees. Our net impact management employees is a reduction of 3 or 5.6% of our management employees. Our net impact to office and administration employees is 4 or a 4.5% decrease in office and administration employees. And then our frontline employees, we have a net reduction of 1. So with the commons, we added park keepers and a park keeper crew leader for the commons. We have eliminated other full-time positions. So again, this is a net loss of 1 full-time position. And now I'm going to turn this over to Director Arvidsson, who will walk us through the Capital Projects Fund.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. I think I'm most pleased to give your voice a break and let the commissioners hear from someone else for a moment. Greetings, everyone. My name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning. I'm going to walk through the Capital Projects Fund. I'm going to do this relatively quickly because the big takeaway from this year is that this is a stable capital improvement plan with very few changes. And I think most of you will probably be thrilled to hear that. Next slide, please. As we always do, I give a quick overview of the funding streams from 2021 through 2026, which is the 6-year horizon of our CIP. On the neighborhood side, we have the NPP 20 funds at $10.5 million per year, the neighborhood park capital levy at 2.18. We see park dedication on the neighborhood side at $1.87 million in 2021. There's some general fund transfer and other outside funding that makes up the totals at the bottom. Just a quick reminder that according to the ordinance, the joint ordinance between the city and the park board, the NPP 20 funds could be adjusted based on objective measures of inflationary cost as early as 2022. So we're approaching the possibility of that discussion. Next slide, please. On the regional park side, things get a little bit more volatile. Our Met Council and state bonds this year would normally have been $3.72 million. That's what the CIP is built around at this moment. You'll see the numbers in red are some years that, due to COVID impacts on the Parks and Trails legacy funding, which is sales tax generated. And in addition, the state's very late and then reduced bonding means that these numbers in red will probably be adjusted, and the CIP may need to be altered as we move through the budget process. Met Council and state bonds, remember, happen biannually, so that's why there are zeros in the 22, 24, 26 years. Parks and Trails legacy funding is only projected out for a couple of years, and beyond that, these are estimates. Lottery in lieu is operations and maintenance money. Park dedication has also been allocated the regional park side in the amount of $2.52 million in 2021. And there's a little bit of other outside funding too. Next slide, please. So the capital program for 2021 through 2026 uses updated 2020 neighborhood and regional park equity rankings. The neighborhood equity rankings include all existing neighborhood parks, developed and undeveloped according to ordinance. But I will talk about that more in some coming slides. The capital program does continue the recommended process under NPP 20, which essentially is to honor the neighborhood and regional projects in the pre-NPP 20 CIP. We try to keep them in the same years and with the same funding amounts. It also honors neighborhood and regional allocations shown in last year's CIP, regardless of their 2020 equity rankings. Basically, once a project or a park is in the CIP, it stays in the CIP. What's interesting to note is that this is the final year of the pre-NPP 20 CIP. As of 2022, there will be no more pre-NPP 20 projects. We will have a fully equity-driven 6-year CIP. The transition period will be over. Next slide, please. As a refresher for commissioners and for those listening at home, I just want to go very quickly over how to read the capital improvement plan. These are large and complex spreadsheets with a lot of numbers and colors, and so I want to really quickly go through how to read them. Firstly, on the leftmost side of the CIP, you will see the basic project info, the park equity rank, the park name, and the project. Most parks have the project called plan implementation. This allows us flexibility and good community engagement opportunities when we initiate a project. The project managers in the Department of Planning and Project Management, the Department of Project Management and Construction, when they initiate a project, they work with the community on developing that scope. We need to do projects that are in line with master plans, but we keep the flexibility here in the CIP to allow that conversation to happen at the time of implementation rather than predetermining it. Some parks, however, have necessary projects, and we do describe those. And then projects in the previous CIP keep their same description, such as play area and site improvement. Next slide, please. The colorful column in the CIP really talks about the reason for inclusion in the CIP. And note that this can be different than the funding source. The project may have already been in the CIP, but it'll still be funded through NPP 20 because that program subsumed all the bonds that we were previously getting from the city. So the yellow projects are the pre-NPP 20 CIP. And you can see just from this sample, there are very few of those left. And as of next year, there will be none. In blue are the projects that were added by the NPP 20. And then the green projects are those that were in the CIP previously, but then also got a boost because they met other equity metrics. We do have a playground program where playground only projects are added in, and then park dedication allocations are also highlighted. Next slide, please. The main central part of the CIP shows the allocations. We do redline allocations when they've changed from the previous year when you saw them. Next slide, please. There have been requests throughout the year and throughout my time here to show a much simpler view of what we're doing with the CIP. So I wrestled with this a little bit. I think the level of information that we do show in the main CIP is important for transparency purposes. And some people really like to kind of get in there and know exactly what's going on. But this year you will be getting two different packets. One of those is the main CIP and the equity metrics with all the detail included. You'll also be provided a simple CIP, and this is a sample of that, and it shows only this year's ranking, the park and project, and this year's proposed allocations. The ones that changed from last year are still shown in red, but you will have to consult the larger CIP to understand what they were before. So if you basically just want to look at what's happening right now, what is being proposed in this draft year, the simple CIP can be a useful guide. Next slide, please. Within your simple CIP packet, there's also simple equity metrics. Again, we show the larger ones so that there's full transparency on how the scoring was done. But this shows all of the neighborhood parks and only the scores, ranks, and then the 7 equity metrics and the scores there. So it's a much simpler look at our equity metrics going forward. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, I want to say that the changes to the 2021 through 2025 years are extremely limited. There's a couple of minor changes. One is that we're proposing to advance Cedar Field funding from 2022 to 2021. This does not cause any other project delays in the CIP. Cedar Field, as many of you know, is experiencing some severe safety considerations, and we believe that investing in that park in the near term is going to be critical to the long-term comfort of people using that park. So we'd like to advance funding into 2021 so that work can begin immediately. We also have decided to shift the source of funding for the contingency fund from NPP 20 to the capital levy. This will provide more flexibility to close out projects, and there are complementary source shifts throughout the CIP. We did add a creation spaces fund in 2021. There are slight project delays in certain years. There's a form in your CIP packet called the shift analysis, in which we use the equity metrics from 2020 to determine which projects will be delayed. We try to avoid delays if that's at all possible, but sometimes it's not, and we use the equity rankings to determine that. The so-called undeveloped parks, which are parks that do not have any of the 5 major assets identified in the ordinance, are ranked and they are shown in the CIP. However, this year we have not made any allocations to them. They are in the CIP, again, for full transparency about where they rank in our equity metrics. However, we believe the ordinance is still not clear on the procedure for including these parks. Essentially, ranking these assetless parks the same way as others, it does create glitches in the metrics. It does 2 things. It essentially overranks some parks that have limited recreational benefit in our system simply because of where they are in the city. but it also clusters most of these parks at the very bottom of the rankings, creating a danger that late in NPP 20, we may have to invest for years in undeveloped parks and only undeveloped parks. And I think we can all agree that's not the best way to go about it. So we've essentially made no allocations to sort of hold on a decision. Staff's going to revisit this topic with the board in early 2021, when we're not in the middle of a budget cycle, well prior to the creation of the 2022 CIP. Next slide, please. So this year we added 4 new parks to the rankings. These parks came into the rankings for a variety of different reasons. We did add the Lake Nokomis athletic fields as a neighborhood portion of a regional park. As you know, there are currently 7 places where we have what we consider neighborhood portions of regional parks. Marshall Terrace Park, Shingle Creek Park are some examples of these. These are areas that really serve the neighborhood around them and need to have neighborhood funding, even though they sit within a regional park boundary. The Lake Nokomis athletic fields are not eligible for regional funding because they are athletic fields, even though they sit within the boundary of that regional park. If we do not consider this a neighborhood area within a regional park, it will never become eligible for any type of funding. So we've treated it similarly to how we've done other neighborhood portions, and we brought it into the metrics for ranking. The Downtown Commons, obviously now fully possessed by the Park Board, needs to have a ranking. The brand newly acquired Towerside site in Prospect Park neighborhood, and the 8th Avenue streamscape in the North Loop. We actually do now control a portion of the 8th Avenue streamscape, so that can be brought into the equity rankings, though it is considered an undeveloped park because it does not have major assets. After those additions to the equity rankings, 7 neighborhood parks were added to the 2026 CIP. The Lake Nokomis athletic fields were added, Lyndhurst, Waveland, Stevens Square, Todd, Clinton Field, and Mueller. After these additions, 51 of the 149 neighborhood parks now appear in the CIP. I want to note that the addition of parks like these, to me, suggests that we're kind of into the second wave of our equity metrics. Many of the parks in the most historically underserved parts of town have been touched by the NPP 20 program. We are now moving into parks that have a combination of demographic factors as well as a lack of historic investment, and they're starting to become scattered throughout the city rather than concentrated within a certain geography. Next slide, please. One note I want to make is a bit of an unusual case, and this goes to somewhat the nuance of the data as we crunch it each year, getting ready to prepare the CIP. Keewaydin Park, which is ranked at number 41, was left unfunded this year, even though its ranking would have seen it included in the 2026 year. Keewaydin Park is a very unusual and interesting case, and I want to spend a minute on it just so everyone understands the art and science that goes into these equity metrics. Keewaydin already has a nearly $1 million allocation in 2021 that was allocated under the old CIP. That by itself would not make it ineligible to receive additional money. However, that allocation and the project itself was delayed because of the COVID amendment that we undertook earlier this year. Had that project gone forward as planned, Keewaydin would have been affected, Keewaydin's equity metrics would have been affected, both in terms of 2 metrics, historic investment, and likely the quality of facilities. I did a test case on our metrics, and applying that reality, Keewaydin's equity ranking would have dropped to as low as number 70. So we feel that Keewaydin's ranking is actually artificially and momentarily inflated. We note that no other park has multiple $1 million allocations in the same 6-year CIP period. We are therefore recommending, though Keewaydin appears in the CIP, it has 0 funding allocated to it. We're recommending a temporary hold on the equity-driven Keewaydin funding until we can go through another cycle and see what happens. We expect that Keewaydin's ranking may normalize to other parks that are similar to it, and then it will be funded again at that time. Next slide, please. In the regional side, the Regional Opportunity Facility funding requirement so 25% of our total allocations have to be split between the Grand Rounds, Missing Link, and Above the Falls. This year, we have split them evenly, just as we did last year. And then right now, after this CIP, regional facilities ranked through number 15 of 17 will be added to the CIP. The Play Area Rehabilitation Program, which many of you are familiar with, added 3 parks in 2024, Elliott, Logan, and Lavelle Square. Lavelle Square is an unusual case because it actually had plan implementation funding under NPP 20 last year. That funding was used to restore the playground. But just as we don't sort of penalize those parks with poor playgrounds for having other allocations, we are allocating to Lavelle Square, and it's likely when we get to that year, 2026, we'll invest in other improvements there at Lavelle Square. And as Director Wiseman mentioned at the top of the presentation, we have made park dedication allocations in the amount of almost $4.5 million in 18 parks in the 2021 and 2022 years. Most of this is being done by adding on to existing projects that are already funded in the CIP. There are a couple of new projects that are envisioned, but primarily these are add-ons. Next slide, please. Actually, that concludes my presentation on the CIP. I'll be happy to take questions along with the rest of the presentation at the end. I believe I'm sending it back over to Director Wiseman.
Yes, thank you for the break. So President Kogel and commissioners, I'm going to just do a little bit of housekeeping here. Again, the Park Board website at www.minneapolisparks.org/budget is where the commissioners as well as the public can see all of these materials online. For the commissioners, we do have hard copy materials available. They will be available here at the headquarters building tomorrow if you can arrange a time to stop by and pick them up, either from myself or the customer service desk. If you're unable to pick them up, we will be planning to courier them to your homes. But if you're ready to get them and want to have them right away, you can pick them up at headquarters tomorrow. Part of those documents will include the superintendent's recommended budget book, the capital improvement program materials that Director Arvidsson just walked you through. You also will have the 2021 budget adjustments spreadsheets with all the attachments. Again, our budget adjustments, as we started last year, will have the strategic direction that is applicable to that budget adjustments. And you will actually see this year a lot of B1s, which is the strategic direction performance measure around advising commissioners on a balanced, equitable annual budget solutions, especially in times of recession. There also are attachments for the fee benchmarks, the market studies for any fee increase, as well as the racial equity impact form for the items that have a racial equity impact. You also will have your park funding fact sheets that will be available online as well into your packet. Next slide, please. So the next steps in the budget review and comment and then budget adoption. On November 4th, the Administration and Finance Committee will provide a public comment opportunity on the superintendent's recommended 2021 budget at a time certain of 6 p.m. So people would be able to call in or come in person to make public comment on the 2021 budget. And then the Administration and Finance Committee will have the commissioner review and comment portion. On November the 18th, we'll have a committee of the whole, or during the regular full board meeting. We'll have a public comment for the superintendent's recommended budget, again at a time certain of 6 p.m., as well as commissioner review and comment on the superintendent's recommended budget. Next slide, please. On December 2nd, the public will have an opportunity to comment on the superintendent's recommended budget during the scheduled open time. And then the Administration and Finance Committee will hopefully be approving the 2021 annual budget, which will move it forward to the full board on December 9th, where the Truth in Taxation public hearing will be held at the city at 6:05 p.m. And then the park board would adopt the annual 2021 tax levy and the annual budget after the conclusion of that public hearing. Next slide. So again, the superintendent has provided his recommended budget. There is a lot of information, a lot of materials that we have still need to get to you. So we are asking that any questions that you have for the superintendent or staff be sent to us through email in advance of the next board meeting. So for the November 4th board meeting, if you could have your questions to us by October 28th, that provides us time to put them together and have responses, and have those responses public and in your possession before the November 4th board meeting. For the November 18th board meeting, we would like questions sent to us by November 11th, and the December 2nd board meeting, any remaining questions to us by November 23rd. And with that, I will close the presentation of the superintendent's recommended budget.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangura. Thank you, Director Wiseman. Thank you, Director Arvidsson, for your presentations. At this time, if there are high-level questions, I'll allow them, but as is usual, I'm assuming commissioners will want some time to digest what has been presented tonight and look through the budget book before submitting questions. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Coghill. How would Director Wiseman like us to reach out to her? Via email, phone, to set up a time to pick up documents? And will we be provided with a template that we should be using to submit questions?
President Coghill, Commissioner Musich, yes, I will email out the template that we use for commissioner questions. I'll do that. I am going to be here tomorrow, 8 a.m. until 4:30 p.m., as well as there's access to the building through the customer service line. So you don't necessarily have to schedule a time to come pick up. We'll have the materials here available and ready for you when you're able to come.
Thank you so much for the additional information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time, and I would just want to reiterate that if a commissioner is unable to get to headquarters, please let staff know so that the materials can be mailed to you. We want everybody to have access to the budget materials. With that, let's move on to our final item of the evening. Entertain a motion on Resolution 2020-320, a resolution commemorating the legislative service of Jeffrey Hayden to the citizens of Minneapolis.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Fantastic. And I will turn this over perhaps to Vice President Vito if she wants to say a few words about this. She had asked about having this put on the agenda.
Thank you, President Cogill, and thanks, commissioners, for agreeing to this. I think it's super important that we recognize Senator Jeffrey Hayden. And if it's okay with you, President Cogill, I'd just like to read the actual resolution, if that's fine. The whereas clause.
Yes.
Thank you. So this resolution is commemorating the legislative service of Jeffrey Hayden to the citizens of Minneapolis. Whereas Jeff Hayden served as a member of the Minnesota State House of Representatives from January 2009 to December 2011, and then served as the Minnesota State Senator from District 61 from December 2011 through January 2021. Whereas Jeff Hayden was the first African-American state senator from the city of Minneapolis and was the first African-American to serve as the assistant majority and assistant minority leader in the state Senate. And whereas Jeff Hayden worked for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation System as a youth line staff person, a recreation specialist at Powderhorn Park, as a city council aide at the city of Minneapolis, and in the social services sector to improve the lives of citizens, and was a dear and great friend of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. And whereas Jeff Hayden developed a reputation as an expert in the fields of health and human services, pensions, economic development, and other areas of deep concern to the citizens of Minneapolis and Minnesota, and particularly the African-American community. And whereas Jeff Hayden was a powerful voice for the disadvantaged and racial and ethnic minorities in the state of Minnesota, and whereas Jeff Hayden was a fierce legislative advocate for funding the Phillips Pool and Gym, the Martin Luther King Park history improvements, the funding for Learn to Earn, Teamworks, strong funding for regional parks and other important park programs. Whereas it is with deep sadness and regret that the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board is seeing his service in the state legislature come to a conclusion. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the service and commitment that Jeff Hayden and his family gave to his district in South Minneapolis, the entire city, region, and state, and resolve that the Park Board commend Jeff Hayden for his 12 years of legislative service on behalf of the city of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Be it further resolved that the Park Board extends its heartfelt thanks to Jeff Hayden and his family for all the good work that he did for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, and wish him every success in all his future endeavors, and resolve that the President and Secretary personally transmit this resolution to Jeff Hayden.
Thank you, Vice President Vito. Do we have any comments or thoughts from other commissioners? We have Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Thank you, Vice President Vito, for, I'm guessing, doing a lot of the authoring of that resolution. The phrase "Lion of the Senate" gets used a lot with a lot of people, but I really think Senator Hayden, more than anybody else that I've worked with at the legislature, has really earned that title. And I can't say it any better than Vice President Vito just did. I don't know if we've had a better champion for the parks in our delegation, or maybe the entire assembly. I've also had the honor of the senator being a personal mentor of mine. If you haven't had an opportunity to spend that much time with him, there is just a bottomless wealth of knowledge that you can gain from him. That said, there's probably not a lot of us that haven't spent a lot of time with the senator, because that is another characteristic of his enduring service, is that he always picked up the phone. He always met at continues to. He always continues to pick up the phone. He continues to meet at Red Dragon. He continues to offer advice out of just a real caring for the park system. So like I said, I think everyone here has been fortunate enough to have a really large share of conversations with Senator Hayden. And he also just has expressed a lot of grace that I know will continue to be represented in the Senate, running a very tough race and still being willing to mentor a challenger who will do very well in the Senate. I'm just really proud to call Senator Hayden my mentor, my friend, and my senator for so many years. So again, thank you, Vice President Vita, for all of the work you did in introducing this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner French.
Senator Hayden, I mean, he's a political juggernaut of the South Side, especially for Black and brown folks. He spearheaded most every progressive movement that has come out of the legislature in the last 10, 15 years. My first meeting of Senator Jeff Hayden was when I was a politics club advisor at South High School, and Jeff was running for he was running for his first Senate seat, maybe about 10 or quite some time ago, and politics club was just like, it was like a bunch of really progressive white kids, and they just wanted to go and talk to Jeff Hayden. And I had never met Jeff before in my life. He wanted to come. He was talking to the NAACP and the politics club at South High School, and I was completely captivated. I was completely in awe of how he carried that room, and those kids in there, they were ready to give him the business, and he gave him the what for. He answered all their questions, and he answered them with authenticity and some unapologeticness. I can say Jeff Hayden was one of the first major politicians who supported me as a park commissioner. So I will forever be grateful and thankful to you, Senator Hayden, and thank you for all the work that you've done for the folks on the South Side. Thank you for all the work that you've done for the DFL party. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner French, very much. Any other commissioners with their hands raised? Seeing none. Commissioner Hassan.
Yes. Let me figure my camera out. All right. Can you see me? Well,
Yep.
Thank you so much. I do want to say something to I know Senator Hayden for more than a decade right now, or 15 years, more than 15 years. The first time I met was through, I was advocating for youth, creating youth jobs and youth programs. And at PB Park, he was the first person that I sent an email. He responded, and that's how I actually met our current superintendent, Alvin Gura. He invited me and set up our first meeting with Corky Weiss, and which is how I got introduced by Corky Weiss and the work that Al was doing, even way before he became superintendent and through our park system. So Senator Hayden is a great man, a mentor, as Brad said. I including myself. I did met him a couple of times. I advocated him for a park system. And he's not going anywhere. So I did want to say that it was how he was the main reason I met with Superintendent Alvin Gora before he became our superintendent, and the Corky Weiss and the work that he was advocating, he was doing for our park system. So I want to take this moment and thank him, and want to thank Vice President Vita for also doing this great work. So thank you all so much. Senator Hayden, we thank you for everything you have done for our park system and for youth. Thank you. Thanks. Done, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Thank you for all those words. I just want to say that the first time I met Senator Hayden was at the dedication for our new pool over in Phillips. And what I saw there was somebody who brought along a Republican to that dedication. He brought along David Senjum, I believe, from Rochester. And what I saw also was just what it takes to get things done, which is collaboration and working together across the aisle. Was really notable to me, and I'm sure to continue to work with Senator Hayden in whatever he does in the future. And I thank him for all of the service that he's provided to this park system for so many years. With that, I'll ask for a...
President Cogill?
Yeah.
Is it okay if I say something? I apologize.
Please do. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo too. I just would like to say, and thank you, President Cogill. I would like to say that for me also, and Commissioner Hassan brought back many memories too, and how I met Commissioner Hassan, and it was through Jeff. I can't begin to express to you how many times Senator Hayden connected me to so many people and opened the doors for me in not only my profession and my career, but in recreation. I remember the first time I met him. I knew about Jeff, of course, at that time very well, but when I really met Jeff, and you know when you meet Jeff for the first time, you meet him and it's memorable. I was down at Powderhorn Park, and I came there my first, I was nervous. You know, I came from Matthews, and Corky told me, you're gonna go to Powderhorn Park, and you're gonna run that facility. And Powderhorn Park was the place to be, but it was the one place that you would cut your teeth and really learn and grow and understand truly community and how important parks are and truly the integrational community. And Jeff was that person. I was down, I remember walking into the building the first time, and Jeff was standing there, and he kind of pulling you and say, hey, Al, come over and tell you, there's some stuff I got to tell you, you know, and he was just honest and so passionate about the park system, and he just guided me, and he told me things in honesty, and I remember my entire time with Jeff, or Senator Hayden, all the years, the PPNA board, and we worked together with Councilor Jenkins and David Rubidor and Jeff and I, and we did these things around the South Side trying to help small businesses and connecting people in the 38th and Chicago area, and it just goes on and on. And the thing about Jeff, I like to say, when you meet him, he's just an amazing man, but he's so quiet in the things that he does. Sometimes you don't even realize the amount of work that he does because he's humble, and he does so much you wouldn't even know. He connects things behind the scenes. He you know, even when I got here, he contacted me before I even got here, and he talked to me. He was one of the first person to reach out to me. So whatever you need, Al, you know, we're glad you're here. And he's reached out to me several times. We've talked. He's just a champion for the park system. He's a champion for the youth. He's, you know, another person who I look up to and who has really inspired me in a lot of ways. And so my deepest respect and my admiration of Senator Hayden. And I hope to continue, of course, to work with him because I know his love for the city and his love for the people has always been evident. And again, I'd like to say just my absolute respect and to thank you to Jeff Hayden, Senator Jeff Hayden, for all he's done for me and for the city and for all the people that he's touched. So I'd like to say that.
Thank you, Superintendent. With that, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-320.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. Before we go into petitions and communications, I want to make a couple of notes here to remind commissioners we are going to go into closed session after petitions and communications. we will not be having an Administration and Finance Committee meeting this evening, as it is a bit late and the LOPID has agreed to give their annual report at a later date. So with that, we'll move into petitions and communications. I'll start with Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Just really briefly, I know staff invested, after a conversation with the superintendent, learned that staff at our direction invested something like 100 hours in at our direction for the redesign of the park police uniforms that we had asked them unanimously to spend that 100 hours of staff time to redesign. So I know that I know that things do change, but we often talk about the scarcity of resources that we have, and just would really encourage us to be respectful of our staff's time. If some of us do take votes to provide staff with direction for something that we would intend us to carry out, that if there's a change of course there, that maybe start to signal that change of course before the 11th hour. I think the median salary of Minneapolis Park Board employee, last time I checked, was somewhere around 60 to 68,000 a year. So that's somewhere, I'm gonna have trouble with the math, but I think that's somewhere around 3,500 or so taxpayer dollars that we told staff to go spend, and just threw it out the window. So, so Superintendent and Chief Ohato, I know you probably both started with mixed feelings about whether or not, about how excited you were to move forward with that work. But thank you for taking the board's direction seriously and moving forward in the time that, taking it seriously and moving that back forward to us. I'm sorry that sometimes things change, and we're not as resolute in our resolutions as we maybe should be. So I think all 9 of us have a great respect for the amount of time that your staff put in, even on projects that you may not have wanted to do. So my gratitude, and I hope the gratitude of all 9 commissioners. And I'm sorry that staff, I'm sorry to the taxpayers of Minneapolis that time was wasted, and I'm sorry to those of you who wasted that time for something that we then later chose not to do. I wish we could have given you that heads up sooner than that. But thank you, Superintendent. That's all.
Thanks, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
I'll pass, thank you.
Commissioner Hassan.
I'll pass, thank you.
Commissioner Meyer.
Pass.
Commissioner French.
Yeah, I just want to address, we had a lot of folks come to this board tonight and talk about our situation with our unhoused folks who are residing in some of our parks right now. And yeah, we say that it's not the park board's job to make sure that folks have a proper place to live, but we have an obligation as the largest landowner in the city of Minneapolis to respond to crisis. I think we have an obligation as the largest landowner in the city of Minneapolis to help people when they need help. So what I really want to say is I'm asking other commissioners to really reevaluate the way we dismantle our camps in our parks. We invited folks to come, and when they didn't have any other place to go, we invited them to come, and then when it became too hard for us, we're just gonna kick them out. And kicking them out not peacefully. We know it can be done peacefully. We've done it with the help of community, the help of people from the neighborhoods, and it can be done humanely. We've done it. And so I would encourage staff to figure out ways to do this humanely, and we shouldn't have to be sued to want to do that. We should just want to do that because we're human beings and we're people. I'm a person before I'm a park commissioner. And so that being said, I do think we have an obligation as the largest landowner in the city of Minneapolis to make sure that we're doing right by all our constituents, not just the ones that own homes, not just the ones that come out and door knock for us, not the ones that come out and vote for us, but all. And we meet them wherever they're at. So I just want people to have a little bit more grace when they're making decisions about folks who don't have anything. Just a little bit more grace. Just a little grace. That's it. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, President Kogo, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Pass.
Thank you, Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. Just really quick, I would like to thank Pamela, Brian, and Frankie for their amazing work on the bonding bill. This is a huge win for our parks and for our city. Thank you to the superintendent and all the staff for all the work that you all have done to make sure that this happens. It's been a long, hard year, but it was really good to see some positivity come out of the bonding bill. So again, thank you all so much for all your hard work, and I'm excited for these projects to come to life. That's it for me.
Thank you, Vice President. I'll just, two items. I echo the sentiment about the bonding bill. It's exciting that we got a bonding bill passed. One of the things that isn't directly impacting our funding, but is really welcome, is the over $100 million of funding for affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, shelter spaces, et cetera. While that is just the beginning, I think it's pretty critical that we got there, and I'm excited to see that will help in expanding the amount of affordable units around the metro area. And then I'd also just say to Commissioner French's point, I think you're right. There are some examples across the system where we have done really good work in disbanding these encampments, and I think staff has done what they can as best they can in every site across the system. I'll also remind Commissioner French that in terms of commissioner action, the last action the commissioners took on this was a 9-0 vote limiting the sites because we knew we couldn't do more than that. In the coming weeks, I very much hear community concerns. We do not want to have confrontational situations in our parks. What we want to do is get people out of the cold and into dignified spaces. That is the goal. That is what staff has been working on with all of our city and county partners, and that's what we're going to continue to do, because the fact is any solution to homelessness is not an us versus them solution. It is a solution that brings all partners together collaboratively, and that's what we need to continue to do and continue to fight for. With that, Vice President Vita, did you have a question?
Yes, not a question. I just forgot to thank all of the legislators who helped as well on the bonding bill. So thank you to everyone for all the support.
Thank you, Vice President. At this point, I will recess the full board meeting to go into closed session. I'll note to commissioners that you should have received an invitation to the closed session regarding the pending lawsuit.
Mr. President, yeah, just for the record, the board will be closing the meeting to discuss pending litigation involving the action that was brought by the Minnesota Civil Liberties Union against the county, the city, the park board, federal case number 20-CV02189. And you have the authority to do this under Minnesota's open meeting law.
Thank you, Council Rice. With that, I will recess the full board.
I'm going to get one, like the side over there. Should call from another location.
Should I close off the meeting?
No, we'll leave it open.
Okay, so I don't want to do it. I don't need to leave.
You can leave, yeah.
I could leave.
You should
I
leave the
leave.
meeting.
I have everything in here muted for request, right?
Yep.
And so we just wait till you guys come back? Or
Just wait, yeah.
And should I go in there as well then? Probably?
Yeah, you can choose any meeting room. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We use our separate Zoom, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can go to any meeting room. I'll be in my office.
Okay, so let's go over there.
Oh, wait, oh.
Brian, John's on his way. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, John's on his way. Brian needs something.
Okay.
What are you doing it on your phone?
Well, yeah.
So I just got the meeting ID.
Okay, that's the meeting ID, but how do I get into the number? Shoot.
You got the Zoom app?
Yeah. Oh, I see, I should have the Zoom app, just call into that.
Yep.
Glad you're here.
Not me.
What do I do? Yeah, who's,
Let's see.
what do I do now then? Join?
Yep. And they put the meeting ID number in. It looks like the organizer is Al Bangor.
Stephanie's trying to get in too.
I'm gonna go out this.
Well, I can't seem to get in. I mean, Jonathan there.
You have that sheet?
Yeah, right here. Yeah, but don't we want it out of this room because it's being recorded? No?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
There isn't.
Okay, that's fine. All right, here's the sheet.
So it was during the meeting, but you still logged in.
Huh? Oh, I didn't change. Unlogged myself in.